Okay, and I think that is it. And then I don't know if I need to add Raz to our attendance list or not, but Francis Raspberry.
I'm here. Obviously not a member of the commission. I'm attorney to the COA committee.
Okay. Thanks so much for that.
And
again,
I
yes.
apologize. This is Colette. For 1 second, RTN has asked if we can do a quick mic check for them. So Dawn, if you could please check RTN before we kick it into the agenda.
Well, if that counted, we certainly heard something.
You're right. I think that's good. Thanks.
Okay. Am I good to proceed on?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you. All right, and so again, welcome to our January 27th meeting of the Raleigh Historic Development Commission's Certificate of Appropriateness Committee. My name is Rashay Height. I am the chairwoman. I need to get started by just going over, which I wish I could say it was brief, but I'll cover it as briefly as I can, some remote meeting information for you all. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote electronic platform. I would ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. The Certificate of Appropriateness Committee is a quasi-judicial body that is governed by the North Carolina General Statutes and the city's Unified Development Ordinance. We conduct evidentiary hearings on applications for certificates of appropriateness. Before we begin the evidentiary hearings on today's agenda, I would like to provide some important information about the steps taken to ensure that each party's due process rights are protected as we proceed in this remote platform. First, today's meeting will be conducted in accordance with the newly enacted statutes and Session Law 2020-3, which allow for remote meetings and quasi-judicial hearings during declarations of emergency. Second, each applicant on today's agenda was notified before being placed on the agenda that this meeting would be conducted using a remote electronic platform. Every applicant on today's agenda has consented to the committee conducting the evidentiary hearing on their request using this remote platform. We will also confirm today at the start of each evidentiary hearing that the participants in the evidentiary hearing consent to the matter proceeding in this remote platform. If there is any objection to a matter proceeding in this remote platform, the case will be continued. Third, notice of this meeting was provided to the applicants and the public in numerous ways, well beyond the legal requirements for noticing this meeting and the evidentiary hearing. Specifically, notice of today's evidentiary hearings was provided by mail to all property owners and tenants within 100 feet of each subject property. Each notice letter notified the recipient of the remote meeting platform. The letters also stated to contact the city immediately if there were any objections to the evidentiary hearing for which the notice was sent, or to the remote meeting platform. No case is proceeding today in which the city has been contacted by an applicant, participant, or other individual with an objection to the case or to the matter being heard in this remote meeting platform. Notice was also provided by posting notice on the site of each property, publishing notice in the newspaper, and providing notice on the city's website. The notices for today's meeting contained information about the means by which the public can access and view the remote meeting as the meeting occurs. Fourth, any individual wishing to participate in today's evidentiary hearings was required to sign up prior to the meeting to participate. Information about this sign-up requirement, along with information about how to sign up to participate, was included in the mailed notice letters sent to each property owner within 100 feet of each subject property. This information was also included on the RHDC city website, and among other information, a link was also included on the RHDC city website, and among other information, a link to the website was included in all methods of notice. All individuals participating in today's evidentiary hearings were also required to submit a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit at the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All materials that the city received from participants in today's cases, as well as a copy of staff reports and staff presentations, were posted online in Board Docs prior to the meeting. All materials that will be discussed today can be reviewed at any time during the meeting. All materials that will be discussed today can be viewed at any time during today's meeting by visiting raleighnc.gov/agendas and selecting the RHDC Certificate of Appropriateness Committee. Finally, all individuals who signed up to participate in an evidentiary hearing on today's agenda, as well as all city staff participants, were emailed a witness oath form prior to today's meeting. Any individual planning to testify or submit evidence in an evidentiary hearing was notified that they must sign and return the oath form prior to today's meeting. We will also reaffirm everyone's oath on the record at today's meeting. Okay. With that, we'll go into introductions. So this commission is composed, is a city council appointed membership. It's composed of residents of historic districts, architects, intern architects, architectural consultants, contractors, attorneys, historians, urban planners, and historic preservationists. Now I will kind of go around the room, the virtual room, and have each commissioner introduce yourself and highlight your expertise. I will call your names individually. Let's start with Curtis Casey.
Hey, I'm Curtis, former chair of the commission. Spent 6 years on the COA committee 10 years ago, 10 years on DRAC, and I'm back on the COA committee now. In my other life, I live in historic Oakwood, and I am an architectural consultant.
Great, thank you, Curtis. Ian Dunn.
Ian Dunn, I'm a Raleigh historian and I work at the State Archives of North Carolina.
Thank you, Ian. John Reese.
Hi, I'm John Reese. I am a registered architect here in North Carolina. I live in the Glenwood, Brooklyn district. And this is my first year on the commission.
John, I think we started at the same time. It might be your second now. Just so you know.
What's that?
It might be your second year on the commission now. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's been a short year. Sorry.
No problem. All right. You don't give yourself enough credit, John. All right. Sandy Feaster.
Hi, I'm Sandy Feaster. Have a master's degree in historic preservation, and I also served on the Historic Preservation Commission for another municipality.
Great. Thank you, Sandy. And I am Vershay Height. I am a resident and local practitioner of architecture here in the Raleigh area. And as I mentioned, chairwoman of this commission. I also would like for Raz to take a second to, or Francis Raspberry to take a second to introduce himself.
Thanks, Vershay. I'm Francis Raspberry. I usually go by Raz. I'm an attorney with a local law firm, and I'm legal counsel to the committee, the COA committee.
Great. Thank you so much for that. At this time, we'll also take a moment to do staff introductions. Colette, do you all want to do those, or do you want me to just read that you all are here?
It's up to you. Either way you'd like to do it.
Okay, I think for the sake of time and now knowing that we're not summarizing cases at the front of this anymore, I'll go ahead and kind of read through who our wonderful staff and support is for our commission. And Colette, you can let me know who's present and who's not. Is it just you that's present tonight?
Both Aaron and I are present.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So we have Tanya Tully, who is our senior preservation planner, Colette Canane, who's a preservation planner, present with us this evening, Erin Morton, another preservation planner who's present with us this evening, Nicole Toms, recorder of the minutes, assuming she's also here, and then JP Mansloff, our moderator. All right. So with that, we'll start to move into the meat of things. And I'll just be very transparent. Colette and Erin, you know, we did training just about a week ago, maybe a few days ago, and there's some modifications to the front ends of things. So if you need to kind of let me know what to do or redo, we're here for that. Okay. So let's see. Leading up to this, this hearing, each of the commissioners received the minutes from the meeting that was conducted in December. At this point, I would like to ask for any corrections or additions to those minutes from the commission. Does anyone have any? I'm seeing those all across the screen. Okay. Well, then can I first, I guess, have a motion to waive the reading of the meeting minutes from last month? Okay, John Reese, that's a motion by John Reese. Is there a second? Okay, by Curtis. All in favor of that, please raise your hand. Okay, and that's Curtis and John and Sandy and myself. So that's unanimous. Okay, and then can I, since there are no corrections or additions, can I get a motion to adopt last month's minutes? Ian will take that motion from you, a second from John Reese. All in favor, raise your hand. Right, and that is Curtis, me, Ian, John, and Sandy. So that is also unanimous. Okay, all right. Colette, you'll have to tell me how many minor work orders you all processed over the course of the month.
Minor works were approved by staff.
Great. And thank you all for that work over that time. All right. Okay. So we're now ready to hear applications. In addition to above, the commission members each received a copy of each application, staff reports, and were to have visited each property. Staff reports were made publicly available with the agenda. Okay. So I'm sorry, Colette, there's a whole course section, as you know, in here with the summary proceedings that we used to do. Am I to just skip that and kind of jump into evidentiary, and that's all we have in front of us?
That is correct. There are no summary proceedings on the agenda.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. All right. Okay, so now we are now ready to conduct the evidentiary hearing phase of the meeting. Evidentiary hearings are conducted in a quasi-judicial format. During the hearing, we receive evidence to determine that the proposed changes are not incongruous with the special character of the historic district or historic property. We review this evidence in light of the design guidelines enforced by the city ordinance. Each application is heard in the same way. The quasi format of the hearing requires that we be impartial. The written staff reports are evidence presented, just as any other evidence, and were made available to us, the applicants and the public at the same time. If any of us have had reason to discuss the specific details of an application before today, we will ask to be excused from hearing that application. There is no time limit to testimony, but repetition is discouraged. Because of the quasi-judicial format of our hearings, we are required by North Carolina law to affirm or swear persons that speak before the commission and offer evidence. Although oath affirmation forms have been signed previously, all speakers will be sworn or affirmed at the beginning of each case. Staff will be sworn or affirmed now for all cases on the agenda. So let's go ahead and do that. Colette Canane, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give on the matters on today's agenda is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This is Colette. I do.
Great, thank you. Aaron Morton, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give on the matters on today's agenda is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This is Erin. I do.
Okay, thank you. All right. Okay. All right, so let's get started. We'll start with KCOA-0170-2021, 521 Elm Street. And in addition to Colette and Aaron being sworn in, it looks like we have 4 others signed up to speak on this case. Okay, I will call your name, and if you could follow in my instruction after that, that would be great. Let's see. Sam Slater.
Good afternoon, Chair.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Sam Slater. I'm an attorney for E Street LLC, the owner of the property in this case. My address is 4101 Lake Boone Trail in Raleigh.
Great, thank you.
When they say my name.
Okay. And can you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and its special procedures?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Or do you?
Yes, I do. I do both.
Okay, thank you. And then do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you, Sam, or thank you,
you.
Mr. Slater. Okay, Mr. Brian Starkey.
Yes, good evening. This is Brian.
Hello. Could you state your full name and address for the record?
Brian Starkey, and I reside at 521 East Street. I'm sorry, 702 East Street in Oakwood.
Great, thank you. And do you confirm and assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Starkey. Ms. Lisa Finaldi.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Could you state your whole name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Lisa Finaldi, 701 North East Street, Raleigh.
Okay, great, thank you. Do you confirm and assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
Yes, I do.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, and last but not least for this case, Andrew Latridis. I'm not sure if I said that right. Could you state your name and your address for the record?
Sure, it's Andrew Iatridis, and it's 6037 Sentinel Drive, Raleigh.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you for correcting my pronunciation of the name. Okay, do you confirm and assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
Yes, I do.
Great. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great, thank you. And that is all we have signed up to speak for this case. With that, really quickly, I will turn it over to Raz for any legal language or additional comments you might want to offer before we proceed into the case.
Madam Chair, nothing to add at this point. Thank you.
All right, great. So now I would call on Colette to make a presentation summarizing some of the key issues.
Verche,
Yes.
I need to be cleared to actually hear this case by everybody. My residence is two lots away from this house. And I am friends with the applicant. We have had no discussions about the design or the development that relate to any element of the design of it. So I believe I can hear hear this case fairly and make a fair judgment. But if anybody has any concerns, I'm happy to recuse myself.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. So you have stated for the record that you believe you can be impartial and fair when hearing this case.
Yes.
Are there any concerns from any of the commissioners? Are we, Ian, yes.
Curtis, I thought that you were 2 houses away from the Polk Street house.
I'm 2 houses away from both of these applications. There are 2 lots in this case, not really houses. There's nothing in the intervening lot.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that confirmation. Ian, is that an expression of concern about Curtis's participation or just kind of a clarification?
Just a clarification.
Okay, great. Is there any concern from the commission about Curtis proceeding? Okay. There's none from me either. So we'll keep you on board this time.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. And with that, thank you for that, Curtis, by the way.
Sure.
And
Sure.
with that, I will turn it over to Colette for a staff presentation.
All right, this is Colette. Thank you. Wait one moment while I pull up our presentation. All right, can you see the presentation? All right, this is case COA 170-2021 for 521 Elm Street. It is in the Oakwood Historic District, which is a general HOD. The request is to construct a new primary residence, construct a retaining wall, alter the driveway, install a front walk, and construct accessory structure. This is a view of the existing structure from Elm Street. You may recall about a year ago, I believe, last January, there was a demolition application for this property that was approved. So again, this is the existing structure and property from a little further south on Elm Street. And the existing south side, the existing rear, and the existing shed, which was also approved to be removed. Staff suggestion was to defer to allow the applicant time to provide built area and mass calculations for the subject property and well-related nearby properties, evidence to support the proposed window configuration, evidence to support the proposed height, and a graphic tree protection plan that includes material storage and construction access. The applicant did provide some of these items as new information. It included a written response to staff comments, photographs of well-related buildings, a building height and massing comparison diagram, a built mass area calculation and diagram, and a tree protection plan. And all of that was uploaded to board docs and available for viewing this past Tuesday.
Okay, thank you, Colette, for that. I'd like to take this time, of course, now with the public hearing aspect of this case is open. So I'd like to take a moment to have, it looks like we've got a few people representing this case. Colette, I don't know if you have any guidance on who we should ask to speak for first, or if it matters. I can't tell.
Certainly, I recommend that you speak with Mr. Slater first, and if he'd like to call the property owner's original applicants, he may do so.
Okay, great. Mr.
Shay, we would recommend that as well. I think that's the appropriate way to sequence the speakers.
Okay.
Beginning with one.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Slater, would you like to, do you have any presentation or things that you'd like to share with the commission on behalf of your case?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the commission, for your time and attention to this. Raz, for your attention and service to the board. Pleasure to be before you this evening. I'm here today representing the LLC owner of this property. Not because they felt like they needed a lawyer, but just because the city, I think, takes seriously the unauthorized practice of law statutes. And when you have a company as an owner, the company can't represent itself in judicial proceedings. So the E Street LLC, the principals are Brian and Lisa, who will be speaking momentarily. And they will provide much of the presentation, and I'll introduce them momentarily. But that's my role here this evening. I'm glad to introduce them, let them present evidence. I would ask that the materials that they submitted, just referenced by Colette, be admitted as evidence. They're available on the website. I've got them open in front of me, so I'd just ask that they be admitted as evidence for this hearing.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Slater.
Okay. And if they're admitted, I can introduce them, Madam Chair. I think Brian is going to speak mostly. I know everybody's already sworn. I'll be available for clarification questions if needed, but I'm going to turn it over to Brian at this point.
Okay, and give me 1 second to powwow with my attorney real quick.
Okay.
So as far as the admission of these items into evidence, I know maybe we can hear what and see what they have to say first and then make that decision, or do we need to make that declaration before kind of hearing what these new propositions are?
Probably at this point, it's best to receive them into evidence at the conclusion of the hearing. That request has been made. With that request being made, you know that they are before you, and that is what you're being asked to do. And I think it's probably appropriate just to hold those materials at this point, allow them to be used as part of the testimonial evidence you hear. And then at the conclusion of their opportunity to present their case, then you can sort of revisit the request to accept it into evidence. And more than likely, you will probably receive it into evidence, but probably that formal final action should be taken when they rest their case.
Thank you. That'll be just fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'll turn it back over to you, Mr. Slater, and whoever is speaking next.
Yeah, I don't know if Brian's unmuted. I'm not sure how that's being run, but I think Brian is going to speak next.
Here's that I am, so I can go ahead. That would be fine. Thank you, Sam. Good evening, members of the commission. Again, my name is Brian Starkey. My wife, Lisa, and I are the applicants on this proposal. We are 36-year veterans and residents of the neighborhood of Oakwood, and we're really excited about this opportunity to find an opportunity here in the neighborhood, to stay in the neighborhood, and to build our home. We have, over the course of that 36 years, renovated 3 houses in historic Oakwood, and we've lived in 4. So this will be our 5th, which it's got to be a record somewhere. But we're really excited about this opportunity. As Colette said, we did provide some responses to staff's original comments, which asked for a deferral. And I think we've addressed those adequately. I don't know if I need to really go through those one by one. I can if you all like, but we're anxious to hear your thoughts as well. Just a couple general comments. I think as far as the context of this lot and this street of Elm from Polk Street to Boundary is really one of the more diverse streets in Oakwood in terms of the relationship of homes to the street, architectural style, size of lots, relationship between lot size and house footprint. There's really a lot of diversity here and not a lot of continuity, if you will. So we have provided, responses in terms of the concerns that were presented by staff, including height and form and design and siting and setbacks, materials and details. And we have actually taken one element off the application, which is the retaining wall. And so if there's specific questions about any of those sort of design elements, we're happy to address those. We have also indicated that we are interested in revising the site plan in terms of the driveway and the configuration that's currently shown. Resolved to install bands, strips, instead of a full driveway. The existing driveway actually has to be removed because it crosses the property line to the south. So we will be removing that driveway and replacing it. One of the other concerns, I think, for us, in addition to our immediate neighbors to the north, and we've discussed this with them as well, and showed them the house plans and so on, is the large oak tree that sits at the northeast corner of the property. We are taking measures, as I think we delineated in our application, taking measures because we are fairly close to the tree, to do some hand digging for the foundation. We have decided to put the front porch on piers instead of a foundation. Currently, obviously, the existing little house occupies a lot of the critical root zone of that existing oak tree. And I think there was a comment made that the entirety of the new house exists within the critical root zone. Actually, the screened-in porch in the back and the rear of the house do not exist in that critical root zone. We have had an arborist look at the tree, made recommendations that we will follow during construction, and that includes hand digging the foundation where we are in close proximity to the tree. Same goes for the piers, cutting and feeding, cutting roots if they're encountered, and also feeding the tree during construction. We really want to make sure that tree remains. It's a great asset to both properties, both ours and the one to the north. So I think that, there was concern about the built mass area calculations. I believe we've provided evidence that we are not stepping outside the bounds of what exists in the neighborhood and along Elm Street today. Windows, again, there's not a lot of consistency on this street from house to house. So we have cited one or two houses that have windows similar to what we're proposing. The heights established, we have identified, houses that are nearby, that are relevant, that exhibit the same heights, roof pitches, and so on. And the questions about tree conservation, well, I started to address those, but there was also some information asked for in terms of vehicle access onto the site during construction and material storage area. There's really only one place to do that. We will be using the existing driveway during construction and not removing it until the house is built. Stone will be added to that driveway on top to keep any sediment or dirt from getting into the street. And storage will effectively happen between the south property line and the south facade of the existing house as well as the new house. So we have, provided a graphic to illustrate that. And again, I don't want to talk, I'd rather this be more of a conversation. So we're very anxious to hear your thoughts and address any comments specific that you have. I think that's all I need to say at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much for that. And is there anybody else representing the application on your side, whether it's your wife or Mr. Iltridis, that wants to speak prior to taking questions from the commission?
I think so. I think we'll just, answer questions and concerns if there are any, as you all have them.
Great, that sounds great. Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to open it up. If any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant, take those now. John Reese.
Hey, folks, how are you? I have one question, one question and maybe two. The massing and composition sheet that you all provided, that shows a diagram of 520, 522, 526 Elm, and 523 shows that the house that you all are proposing has a overall height of 30 foot 10 inches. When I look at the detailed drawings, the east elevation A 1.0, you've got a height of 28 10 inches, which is correct.
Andrew, would you like to address that question? Sorry, Andrew, if you're talking.
Oh, there we go. No, I was muted by the the group. The house from grade is the 30 foot 10 inches. The 28 foot is from the first floor level.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Well, I'm going to leave it at that for right now because I think the rest are comments.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Are there any other questions? Curtis?
Had to find my mouse here. The question on the foundations, you said the porch will be on piers. Is the rest of the house on piers with curtain wall, or is it slab on grade?
The rest of the house is on crawl space.
It's on crawl space.
Yeah, spread footings. And the brick perimeter will go to the ground. The only location we have the piers is on the patio to avoid some of the root issues that we were looking at.
And the follow-up question, did the arborist recommend piers within that sort of second band beyond the critical root, their no-go zone? At least how they characterized it.
Arborist and I talked about that, but that was basically a recommendation, Curtis, a decision that Lisa and I made to limit the disturbance in that zone.
Okay.
I do have one more question.
Sure. John?
Thank you. Can you tell me about the materiality and the number of materials you have on the house?
Sure. Brian, you okay with me answering that question?
Yeah, go ahead,
Sure.
Andrew.
We are looking at essentially 3 materials. First being brick, which is predominantly for the base of the house. The second is a cementitious siding, similar to hardy, that we are showing in 2 different sizes. I believe we have it larger on the bottom and slightly smaller on the top. And in different locations, we've kind of accented different components of the house with the siding dimensions. And then the third material, which is the accent material that we've called it, is a Vermont slate shingle. And those are accented in between the windows to help kind of tie those together, if you would, as a proportion detail.
Well, I'm seeing the wood accents and the metal siding.
Yeah, okay, gotcha.
Obviously, the asphalt
metal siding
shingle
is the fourth.
Obviously, yeah. Obviously, the asphalt shingles, because the fifth is the roof is the fifth facade, as we say.
Okay.
So
yeah, so we actually have 2 fifth facades then, because we have a metal roof component on the low slope on the in a couple of different locations of the house.
Yeah, so I'm looking really at 6 materials.
Yes, correct.
I have a question, and this is for staff and attorney. In the testimony, we basically have a conflict here in what is the definition of a critical root zone between the arborist and the city of Raleigh. And I'm wondering how do we weigh that evidence?
Yeah, the short answer to you is you weigh it as you see fit.
Okay.
That is your charge, is to decide how much weight to give what you hear. If there had been an arborist giving live expert testimony, that would be a different matter. But all you have to go on is what you have heard. The speaker testified that they had a conversation with the arborist, but I did not hear any substantive opinion concerning the arborist recommendations or findings or determinations and so forth. So what you have is what you have before you. And you're going to have to just evaluate it as best you can.
Okay.
Okay. Any additional questions for the applicant?
Just
John?
a moment.
I'm sorry, I have one more. On the front facade, on the east elevation, I've noticed all the way around the house, your design is very structured so that it creates a vertical continuation between the second and first floor, except at the window on the second floor and on the east facade that is above the porch, and the windows that are on the porch level are two different widths. Can you explain that a little bit better? Given I just find it a little inconsistent with the rest of the house. I'm just asking.
So, and since I don't have the drawing in front of me, sorry about that. But when you're saying you mean the second floor, the double windows on the second floor and the double windows on the lower level? Yep. Okay.
Yes, yes. I think Curtis is pointing it out right now. Those two right there. The windows on the upper level are narrower than the windows on the first level in width.
They will ultimately end up being the same width.
Oh, okay. Thank you for that.
Yep.
I think something that we're going to end up talking
Curtis?
about.
Okay, Curtis.
Yeah, I think something we're going to having a conversation about here that I think we need to get to the other end of as not incongruous or not, is the fact that and this is all on fenestration, the windows have an atypical light configuration for the neighborhood, and that the windows and the slate shingle siding as a combination spanning the two floors give the house a very vertical geometry, where the evidence in the packet, specifically photographic, of the well-related nearby properties, all have a very horizontal look and feel to them. So the question is less on the individual elements than the overall fenestration pattern and how it reads on the house. And in evidence, the Cherry House was cited as an example of this kind of very vertical linear element, but it is a non-contributing structure. So I think this is something we're going to have a conversation about. I bring this up during the open hearing because I'm hoping we get for a response from the applicant on this design element in the context of the historic district.
Curtis, I'll start and I can let Andrew chime in as well. But, we were referencing the Cherry House as an example of the windows primarily, and really only the windows. It is one of the things that we've talked about that maybe we didn't understand completely. When you cite, similar structures within the historic district as being examples as to whether or not they needed to be historic and contributing structures, or also include structures that have been previously approved by the commission, as long as they're nearby and related. Yeah, the windows is, you know, we weren't looking at it in terms of the vertical nature of the house itself or anything. We're really just citing those windows as being similar.
Okay.
Any additional questions from the commission for the applicant? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. All right.
For Shay, if I might, I just want to revisit the tree thing. I think I might have misspoke when the question was asked whether or not the arborist recommended the piers
Certainly, go ahead.
for the front porch, and he in fact did. It is something that we talked about, and it was one of his recommendations. Piers.
Are there any other
Disturbance
comments
of the
or
tree.
clarifications that you all have?
I'd just like to address one thing quickly relative to the verticality of the house and in general from the street-facing facade. The street that the home is on is predominantly one-story structures for the most part. So we did go around within a block radius to look at other structures that were in fact two-story structures with a relatively similar size interior space. And many of those along Polk as well as North Boundary, a lot of these two-story structures have very vertical street-facing facades, and some of those that were included, which is 517 Polk, 513 Polk, 521 North Boundary, with some that are set up with taller windows to create slightly more vertical elements on one component of the home, and then as a porch extension, help kind of mediate between the verticality and the horizontality of the house. So we've tried to kind of look through the neighborhood to see some of these homes that represent a similar idea behind how we were approaching at least the front side of the house. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. And if there are no more comments from the applicant and no more questions from the commission for the applicant, okay, at this time I will close the public hearing and turn it to internal discussion. Who would like to get us kicked off with that? Commissioners?
Well, I'll
Curtis?
start. On the matter of piers and foundations and the conflict in the critical root zone, given the specificity of the recommendations from the arborists, my inclination is to lean on their expertise, specifically in light of the fact that the new house is largely sitting in the footprint of the old house within the drip line of the tree. So that the difference from the current situation to post-construction looks like it will be relatively minimal from the tree's point of view. So I think I have my concerns that I wandered in with are solved there.
Okay, John?
I have 3 or 4 things to discuss. One is the proposed height. I'm referencing back to guideline 3.3.7 that states in part that the height of new buildings should generally fall within 10% of well-related nearby buildings. I'm going off of the chart or the diagram, that guy right there, of the height relationships that the applicant has submitted. I basically took an average of all of the heights of the 4 houses that are presented along with 521 of the proposed house. It comes in to be that the average height between 520, 522, 516, and 523 is 25 feet. A 10% increase on that would be 27.5 feet. Right now, we're looking at I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt of 2810 versus the 30 feet. I'd like to see this fall within the range that it needs to fall within the range of to fit the guideline if possible. That's my concern about the height issue. Referencing Curtis's comment earlier about the verticality of the windows, I'm actually, I find it a bit refreshing that it is a creative solution to deal with a modern structure versus an original Victorian structure, which is all about vertical windows. And one of the frustrations I have with, for example, Euclid, is that it has band windows in it, which I find to be absolutely out of character with the verticality, the vertical proportion of the windows in every other house around it. I think that the windows themselves in this are in that realm of being vertical, have a vertical relationship. I think that even banding the windows vertically doesn't seem to me to be out of character with a vertical proportion that is done in a more modern way. Third issue. I think there's a lot of materials on this house. I think that if possible, if I had my druthers, I would limit it to 3, as Brian had mentioned in his first presentation. That being the slate, the cementitious siding, and the brick. I do think that the wood accents on either side of the door and the window above add a little interest because they talk about celebration of the entry. I'm willing to forgo that as a 4th material, but I would like to see the metal siding and the asphalt shingles go by the wayside if our 3 materials are slate, wood, and brick. Those are the issues I have.
John, are you saying that the quantity of different materials is kind of incongruous with the character of the rest of the neighborhood?
I do. I can't I would challenge the applicant to find other structures in the district that have this many materials on them.
Comments from other commissioners?
Yeah, I had similar concerns to John in regard to the number of materials as well.
Okay. So if I may just kind of provide a little bit of structure, because I know there are a lot of different components that are being touched on in this conversation. In general, with reference to the treatment of the tree on the plan, it sounds like, based on the comments that Curtis made and sort of the lack of comments from other commissioners, that I think we are potentially fine or considering being fine with that for now. We don't need to discuss it further. I'll put it that way. I think John brings up a good point about the proposed height of the structure. Did some quick math, I think, for all of us, which is very helpful. And 10%, as he mentioned in the guidelines, is specifically stated. So I'd like to get thoughts on that from other members of the commission, if there are.
Well, I'll start off if you want. John's math, very, very helpful. And relative to the tallest structure in the list, very helpful. I think the average height would come way down if we took, and this is speculation, the balance of the well-related nearby structures, like the ones across the street, into that calculation. So I think that brings a little more kind of urgency to the question. With this design, and it, does it mean that we're looking at a reslope on the roof? I don't know how you'd solve it, but I'd love to hear other people's thoughts too.
What?
I think, I don't know what the interior ceiling heights are. We don't have sections through, drawing sections through the spaces on the interior. My guess is that the applicant is trying to get as high of ceiling as possible to fit within that height. I don't think that it is a scenario where the pitch of the roof needs to be adjusted. I think it works quite well. I just think that it may be a scenario where lower ceiling heights inside the interior might need to be reduced to accomplish that goal.
I was going to add to this point as well, just, and I think we can, if we want to open the question back up to the applicant regarding some of the ceiling heights, if that's a concern or what was driving that height, we can do that. But I think determining whether this component is incongruous in concept or not could be pretty critical. If it's approved in this way and it is taller, then when we go back to run quick math as we move forward in future developments, are we essentially increasing that metric and not necessarily maintaining the historic datum that's been established? So something to consider along those lines.
I personally think we are.
I would agree.
Okay.
Okay. Can I throw one other topic out in for conversation that I just want to point to so we can vet it? There is a change in the reveal on the cementitious siding that happens above the line of the porch roof on the left-hand side of the structure without any other break. The boards just get narrow together all of a sudden. And I'm wondering my fellow commissioners' thoughts on this feature.
I'll be honest, I think it's actually very creative, a creative solution, because in other houses in Oakwood, that may have been done with a shingle in terms of separating a gable from the base. It might have been done to separate a kind of second floor area from, kind of differentiation. I find this to be somewhat in that vein. I don't have a problem with it.
I don't either. I think if there were a differentiation between the two siding types, it might become a bit busy, and it also would detract from the vertical design nature of the house.
Any additional thoughts on that? Or while we're speaking about materiality, that the number of materials used or proposed in general, the concerns about that John brought up?
You've heard my concerns. I think that the applicant needs to go back to 3 like they stated to begin with.
All right. Do any of the other commissioners have anything to offer on that topic?
I kept on going back and forth on the quantity of different materials in the house. But when I was doing it in my mind, it was really looking at the vertical wood accent and the slate between the windows creating the verticality. My gut instinct here is if we are to accept the verticality as something that indicates this is a modern interpretation of historic form, I think some of the material choices this way kind of go hand in hand with it in truth. So I'm not as concerned about the quantity of the materials, especially since they don't really read as being slapped up there randomly. I hate to use that phrase, but sometimes you see modern developments where it's a Mr. Potato Head house with a little of this, a little of that, and there's no rhyme or reason as to why they did it. Whereas to me, the design has a pretty clear vertical justification for why you'd put, for instance, the slate between the windows. And having just replaced part of my slate roof, I can understand why they didn't want to use slate on the roof as a material choice up there. And given that roof is, a visual break from the elevations of the house. If you look at the elevations of the house, we've got the very traditional masonry band at the foundation, the siding, the slate around the windows, which are almost a continuation of the window form, and then that wooden vertical band. So in truth, the main body of the house, there are three materials. Now the fact that the accessory structure is got metallic siding, that is different, but I don't think it's that atypical. In Oakwood, they've provided evidence of one enormous structure at 521, I believe, an accessory structure that's clad in metal siding. It's unpainted. So we see that there, and I'm sure if they went back, they'd find others in the neighborhood. So I don't necessarily have that great a concern about the accessory structure as far as being congruous that way.
Well, Curtis, you do see that on the back, they've got metal siding around the perimeter of the screen porch.
That is a different. Yeah, I was looking by that. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I could live with the metal siding on the accessory structure.
Mm-hmm.
Not quite sure I can handle the metal siding on the screen porch.
Okay.
Because it's the only time it appears.
Mm-hmm.
I would add to that as well. I think I agree with you, John. Usually when we see a change in material with regard to a space that may be a change in scale on a home or a historic home like that, it suggests that it was potentially added or built at a different time than the main body of the house. That's not the case in this regard, so it could be a little bit confusing as far as the way it reads architecturally, a little bit of mimicry going there, but again, a little bit disingenuous to, this is how it was established and what might happen moving on. So I would argue no issues necessarily with it as the accessory structure, but certainly being attached to the main body of the house would be a problem.
You said that much better than I ever could. Thank you.
Do the same thoughts apply to the south elevation where the masonry chimney stack changes below roof line to metal stacks, gray painted metal stacks?
Where are you looking, Curtis?
Go with the south elevation.
It's the stitch roof between the lower one-story section of the house and the two-story section. And
actually, I was specifically looking at the chimney stack.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It goes from masonry.
Oh, gotcha.
Turns to a metal stack. It's not on the roof.
Right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Because I think the roof itself is looking at the color in relation to the asphalt shingles.
I think we're getting a little echo from you.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Looking at the color of the metal on the stitch section relative to the front standing seam roof and the asphalt shingles, I think there's a continuity there of design, but I'm wondering about the use. The foreshortened chimney stack with the extended, really chimney liner, if you want to think of it that way.
I was wondering if someone was going to bring that up because it sort of stuck out to me as something that we have not seen before.
No.
I'll be honest, I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And it kind of brought the materiality of that metal roof into an accent on the chimney. And I mean, it is not a deal killer for me for them to change that back to brick. I think it could go either way. But I didn't, again, it kind of modernizes the concept of a brick chimney on a historic house in a different way, that because the windows, I assume, are metal. They're not wood. And so there is another, I guess, and now we're at 7 materials because now we're looking at, metal windows. But I think the chimney stacks kind of reference back to the framing of the windows in some regard, which I think kind of, it's not horrible.
I don't know if I see that, but
I mean, I think if they did do it, I would request that those chimney stacks match the metal in the windows.
yeah, I don't even know if I'm comfortable going there as far as that form, because it's just a different geometry than is precedent for in the neighborhood.
Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from on that. I don't have I bow to your understanding.
I would like, not to put you on the spot, but Ian, if you wanted to share any further thoughts on your opinion on this chimney, since it kind of caught your eye as well.
Share the same opinion John has. I think it would flow better with the house if they were painted black. But otherwise, I'd like to see them stay. But if they wanted to do brick, it would be fine too.
Okay, Sandy, do you have an opinion one way or another?
I do. Given John's comments about the materials and the number of materials, I think if it were matching the windows, it would read better.
Okay. All right. And then I think the last thing that staff wanted us to discuss was the built mass area calculations for related properties. Was there any discussion around that? Any comment around that? No.
Looking at the area map with the footprints of houses, not looking at the math necessarily, but looking at the map to just get a general sense of how it fits in with the built mass of the historic neighborhood. I don't see how what they're proposing is incongruous.
I agree with Curtis on that.
Okay. So if there is are there any other topics of discussion? Those are the kind of four that this one. Okay. So it sounds like we have some really strong feelings about the proposed height of the house. It also sounds like there are comments and about the materiality of some of the what's proposed as well. So it looks like, you have to tell me what it looks like. I'm not sure that this is being approved at this point, or if we're ready to make a motion. I'm sorry, if we're ready to make a motion. based on some of those things that are shaking out?
That was my question to you, because I would prefer that we give the applicant the opportunity to respond to our comments. And at that level, I would move that we defer it until next month to kind of take care of some of these questions that we've come up with and our comments as well in terms of the design aspects. Even as detailed as making sure that the upper level and the lower level windows line up, that kind of stuff. Just to kind of tighten it all up and make sure that the next package is presented to us in a way that we're very confident that we can approve this without any concern.
May I suggest that we open it to the applicant to respond to the comments verbally, and if they're willing to make some verbal adjustments that we can plop in as conditions that satisfy our concerns, that we can then go with it and approve it. And if they're not, then we continue it and look at the new design. Because I get a sense from the applicant that there's some urgency based on how thoroughly they responded to the staff's comments.
Sure, that's fine. Okay, at this point, we're gonna reopen the public hearing. Anyone from the applicant team would like to begin to address some of the concerns of the commission? If you need me to summarize any of those, let me know, but let's start with a big enough one at the height of the proposed design.
Thank you for sharing. This is Brian. In response to one of the comments, we're not anticipating, we're not trying to get 13-foot tall ceilings in this house. So it's not like we're trying to achieve height of the ceilings that's, above and beyond sort of normal. I think what we have right now is 9-foot ceiling heights. I do have a question that relates to the height and the comments and how it relates to well-related structures within a block and a half. And my question is this: is that block and a half restricted to the same street, or does that block and a half, are you able to turn a corner to look at well-related houses? Or this is just a clarification maybe that I need to understand a little bit better. Because I would suggest to the commission that if you look throughout the neighborhood and within a block and a half on Polk and on Boundary, there are several examples of very tall houses next to one-story houses throughout the neighborhood. So my question is, is that well-related structure requirement restricted to the actual street that the house is being built on? Or is it within a block and a half of the house and you're able to turn a corner to cite an example?
Perhaps Steph would want to respond to that.
Certainly, this is Colette. So the definition included in the design guidelines states well-related nearby buildings is existing contributing buildings within 1.5 blocks of the subject property as measured parallel to the building wall line in both directions and on both side streets.
Side streets. So does Polk and Boundary qualify?
I think in staff's interpretation, we have been accepting the 1.5 as a radius with the house's building walls, taken out 1.5 blocks. So then, yes, the adjacent streets would be included in that.
So, yeah, I guess again, we obviously are taller than the average of the houses on Elm Street. But if you turn the corner onto Polk and onto Boundary, there are very clear examples of, again, 2-story houses next to 1-story houses, and that occurs throughout the neighborhood. But I think it's something we can look at and see if there's anything we can adjust to get closer. So in terms of being deferred to the next meeting. Again, as a general statement, we can address the other issues as well, but I will say, just up front as a general statement that we're fine, being deferred and coming back and illustrating, our responses to these, to your comments. But that's my comment on the house and just wanting the height and just wanting to understand and get some clarity on, well-related houses within a block and a half. So thank you.
Great,
So-
thank you for your response and your willingness to do that. Is there another comment from the commission on this topic? Did I start to hear something? Okay. And then,
Per se, I do have one. Since I've heard the applicant said that they wouldn't mind deferring and coming back with responses to this, I would encourage them to take staff's radius and demonstrate to us that they are within 10% of the heights that are legitimately referenced to that radius as well as those other streets, and that it be taken as a two-story average across those houses, and that this house needs to stay within that 10% range.
Staff, does it need to be an average?
This is Colette. So in different applications, it has been handled differently. Certainly some things have been compared by an average, whereas others, just a range of heights is given, and it is compared, if it falls within that range, that has been accepted, or, within 10% of that range, potentially 10% of the highest number. But it certainly depends on what is being compared. I would say more often than not, the committee has viewed the comparisons as a range rather than an average.
Okay. Well, and I think that we should underline that it is contributing structures that come into this math. And that very important because and I know that was done to avoid creep, if you will, to retain the character and not have things increment and increment and increment.
Where I'd like to see it is, and I think Curtis's point is very well taken, that it be contributing structures. I will go so far as to say two-story structures within that radius. I think that, one-story houses are one thing, two-story houses are another, but I think in this range, we're looking at a two-story house. I think they should be apples to apples. But very much and very important that they are contributing structures. So, for example, the Euclid house is not on the table.
I would,
That's a house that we were not referencing with regard to this criteria.
Sandy, did you have a
I
comment?
did. I just
Yes.
wanted to state that considering it is only taking into account the contributing houses, then the issue of creep is not
Right.
as big of an issue. It's not an issue. It's a non-issue.
Yes.
Maybe I should know this. Could you all define creep for me?
Bottom line, we approve yours 2 feet higher than the highest house. The next person comes with an application. They want to be 2 feet higher than yours. And the following person does 2 feet higher than yours. That's what was looking like was beginning to happen when the guidelines were revised. Was that each new case built on the one prior to it that was pushing the limit. And since the intent of the ordinance was to maintain the character of the district, it was decided to just bring all the references back to the contributing structures, which were the reason for the listing to begin with. Does that help?
Thank you, Curtis.
Okay.
Okay, John?
with all of that and having input from I'm sorry, you may need to close the public hearing. I'm not quite sure.
Wasn't sure if you wanted to address the other comments. Materiality.
Please do.
Oh, okay. With regard to the materiality and the number of materials that we are showing currently on the house, I think we are of a mind that that can be reduced. And I would suggest that maybe what gets lost is the metal in the back on the screened-in porch. I am a little bit concerned about the fifth facade, as it was described, being the roof. Practically, we can't make this whole roof metal and stay within our budget limitations. So I'm curious about, maybe how we might address that. But I think the metal on the back can be sacrificed, and I think we'll take a look at the slate as well. So that's my comment on materiality. As far as the chimney goes, I mean, I think I was glad to hear somebody say they thought it was kind of cool. We thought it was kind of cool. And if we can make a relationship between the metal color around the windows and that chimney, I think that might be a place where maybe we both can be comfortable. And I think those were the three, right? The height, the materiality, and the chimney itself. Unless I missed something. And the verticality.
Oh, and just, making sure that we align second floor with first floor on that porch, but you've already said you would do that. I think that regarding the question that I have on the asphalt shingles is that we don't have a sample of what color those shingles are, but if they are in line with or match either the metal in the windows or some other relationship to existing colors in the house, just so that the shingles appear less material oriented and are more within the guidelines of the color palette. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's when color and materiality change that you end up with a petting zoo of different configurations. So I think there are I'm less concerned about the materiality of the asphalt as I am concerned with the color of it.
Gotcha. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the applicant, for the applicant? Okay. Any additional comments from the applicant team or the commission? Okay. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. I'm going to reopen for internal discussion and see if we still, how we still feel as far as a motion or deferral for this. Based on applicant's comments. John, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move that we defer this case till next time to give the applicant the opportunity. Oh, go ahead, Curtis. I'm going to stop right there.
Seconding. So do I have a second? Curtis.
Okay.
Second.
I'm just, I move that we defer this until next month to give the applicant time to respond to our comments, as well as respond to some of the issues regarding the height and that kind of stuff, so that we can make sure that we are on board fully rather than partially.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay. And that is Curtis, John, Sandy, and Ian. I believe your hand was raised. And so with that, this application has been deferred. I would like to just take a moment to thank the applicant team for the thoroughness and the packet of information you put together for us. Thank you for your dedication to Oakwood, certainly. And we're really excited to see what you'll do with your fifth property being renovated in the neighborhood. So thank you again. And for all of you to come, thank you for your patience as we work through that first application. With that, we'll move on to the second application. It's going to be COA-0174-2021, 720 North Bloodworth Street. Okay. It's back. Sorry. Okay, we've got 3 people signed up to speak on this one. I'm going to start with Alex Kimball. Are you there, Alex?
Yes, hello.
Hi. Could you state your name, your full name and address for the record?
Sure, Alex Kimball. I live at 720 North Bloodworth Street here in Raleigh.
Okay, great, thank you. And do you affirm and assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Thank you. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Lou Kimball?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Yes, Luke Kimball, 45 Gingers Road, Harpswell, Maine.
Okay, thank you. And do you confirm and assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Kate Kimball?
Yes.
Okay. Could you state your full name and address for the record?
Kate Kimball, 720 North Bloodworth in Raleigh.
Great. And do you confirm and assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. At this point, we'll turn it over to Colette for the staff presentation.
One moment while I share the presentation. All right, hopefully you all able to see it. Yes.
Yes, we are.
All right, so as you mentioned, this is case COA 0174 2021 for 720 North Bloodworth Street. It is in the Oakwood Historic District, which is a general HOD. The request is to construct a 2nd-story rear addition, remove stairs, and alter roof structure. And you can see here it's on the corner of Bloodworth and Franklin. This is a view of the property from North Bloodworth Street. We're going to take a walk around it. To the south first is the view of the south facade. You can see here a piece of the existing staircase that is proposed to be removed. A detailed view of the same staircase. This is a view of the existing rear 2nd floor porch. And a view looking at that porch from the backyard. And this is a view of the property from Franklin Street. Staff's suggestion is to approve with conditions. And no additional materials were provided by the applicant this week.
Okay. Thank you very much, Colette. Are there any comments or presentation from the applicant team that you'd like to share with the commission?
No, I don't believe so. Hopefully everything is pretty well laid out in the materials that you have. So we're just anxious to hear the commissioner's thoughts.
Okay, great. At this time, I'd like to ask the commissioners if there are any questions for the applicant. Ian?
Are the eaves on the new addition, are they boxed?
I will defer to my architect in residence. Dad, do you want to take that one?
No, they are set up to match the existing eaves. So there's no return on the eave. It's
Okay.
those ranchers.
In that case, I'll have comments about that when we close the public hearing.
Okay. Any additional questions for the applicant? No? Okay. At this time, I'd like to close the public hearing and turn it to internal comment. Ian, why don't you get us kicked off?
My only main concern with this has to do with the roof wall junction. In terms of the brackets, the perpendicularly situated brackets under the eaves, especially since they're not boxed eaves.
Well, let me clarify because I realize what you were asking now. Are you talking about the hip roof eave on the new addition?
Yes.
Yes, that is boxed. I mean, it's returned to the wall in a horizontal fashion
Okay.
so that the
Yes.
brackets then seat under the soffit.
Hip roofs are not all that common on craftsman style structures. They do exist, of course. And there are many examples in Oakwood and other historic districts in Raleigh. But I have never seen in Raleigh or even elsewhere brackets placed on the corner of a hipped roof craftsman structure. I've never seen it. You see that sometimes in older styles of architecture, but I've never seen it on a craftsman style structure, mainly because it doesn't make logical sense to have a bracket there, since the rafters support the eave. Do any other commissioners have any comments on that?
Ian, I think you picked up on something that I didn't, and thank you for doing so. I think that's very thoughtful of you. I think if that one detail could be rectified, otherwise, I think this is a loving addition to this house. I find it to be very sensitive. I actually think that it completes the house better than the original design did, or that addition on the back anyway. But I do take your comment on that bracket very seriously, and I agree with you 100%. If that can be modified, I think we have a winner.
Is there any further comment from the commission on that or anything else? Okay, at this point, Raz, would the thing to do be to reopen the public hearing and ask the applicant if they were willing to accept that as a condition for approval, or how do we handle that?
Madam Chair, I think you could reopen the hearing and just ask if they have a response, whether they want to present further evidence or offer statements to support the proposition of congruity,
Okay.
or if they just have general comments in response to Mr. Reese's observation and Ian's observation as well.
Okay, that sounds good. All right, at this point, I will reopen the public hearing, and we'd like to hear from the applicant, the architect in residence, as you've been called, regarding the issue at hand.
Yes, let me address that. I want to make sure first that I'm clear on whether you're just objecting to the existence of brackets on the hip roof, or because the intent was to repeat the brackets just to carry an element around the house that, you know, and it's neither here nor there. We can certainly take the brackets off, but I think the hip roof is necessary because we tried a lower pitch gable and it just looked ridiculous, because you can't go above the ridge, the main ridge of the house facing the street. So the hip seemed to be the best solution. I would not want to change the hip. I would certainly take the brackets off if that's your concern at the hip.
Now, no issues with the hip roof. I think it's a perfect application in this case. Just a concern with the brackets.
Yep, that can be your call. It's really, I'm not married to them at all.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And if there are no other comments or questions from the commission or from the applicant. Okay, at this point, I'll close the public hearing again. Turn to internal discussion and ask if it sounds like we're ready to make a motion on this case. Ian, do you want to give a motion a try?
Based upon the evidence heard in this evidentiary hearing, constructing a second-story addition, removing stairs, and altering the roof structure are not incongruous in concept according to guidelines 1.3.1, 0.6.7.8, 2.5.1, 3.2.2, 3.2.4, 0.5.6.7.8, 0.9, 11, and 12. And the following suggested facts, 1 through 13.
Is there a second? Okay, Curtis seconds.
Vershay, this is Raz. Just to make the comment that I think I've made before, and it's probably intrusive, but just we like to emphasize that the motion should relate to should recite that the motion is being made based on information in the application, staff's evaluation, and the evidence presented at the hearing, and that these are not suggested facts. These are the committee's findings of fact.
Sorry about that.
Right.
All right. Do we need to restate the motion, or are we good to accept that amendment as recommended? Okay, we'll accept that amendment to the motion as recommended by Francis Raspberry. Okay. I don't think we do the full. Do we do the full vote now? I can't remember. Sorry.
Yeah, and as a seconder, I accept the modification.
Okay. Great. All right, and that modification is to eliminate the brackets, right?
No, to the motion
Or to
based upon
Raz's.
the evidentiary hearing, staff evaluation, and information in the application.
Great. Okay. So we've got that first part covered. All in favor of this first portion? Okay. That is Curtis, Ian, Sandy, John, and myself. So that carries. And is there a follow-up to the motion?
I move that a certificate of appropriateness be issued, and with the following conditions 1 through 5 and 6, that the brackets on the addition are removed.
Is there a second? Okay, John's a second. All those in favor?
Wait.
Nope. Curtis had something else. Do you have another
Yeah,
comment?
I'd like to propose that we add a condition 4C, the staff be provided and approved to staff prior to issuance of the blue card is a detail of box Eve at the rear. So we're just clear on what's happening there.
Okay, now you get a second to accepting that and to the modification. John and Ian, all those in favor? And that is me, Curtis, Sandy, Ian, and John. And so that is unanimous. Okay, so your application, COA application 0174-2021 has been approved. Again, wish you the best of luck with your project. And thank you so much for going through this process with us. All right. Next up, we have COA application 0186-2021, 914 West South Street. Okay. It looks like we have 3 people signed up to speak on the applicant's behalf in this case. I'll call you one by one. Ashley Morris. Is Ashley there?
Sorry, I was muted. Ashley Morris, and my address is 306 Bell Street.
Okay, great. Thank you. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
Yes, I do.
Great. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Emery Ball. Is Emery Ball there? There but muted, maybe? Okay.
Madam
This is
Chair, I
Colette.
do not have Emery Ball listed in the attendees.
Okay, thank you. What about Laura Wieslow? Is Laura Wieslow there?
She is unmuted. However, I'm not getting a response.
Um,
Can you hear me?
now we can.
Great, thank you. The Emery Ball is here with me on the same call.
Okay, fantastic.
Sorry about the problem with the audio.
No problem. I'm gonna try to knock you both out at one time right now. Could you both state your names and addresses for the record?
Emery Ball, 914 West South Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Laura Wieslow, 914 West South Street.
Okay, great. And do you both confirm an assent to this remote meeting and special procedures?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. With that, we'll turn it over to Aaron for the staff presentation.
All right. This is case COA 0186-2021 at 914 West South Street in the Boylan Heights Historic District. The work request is to remove a rear deck and patio, construct a rear accessory structure, and construct a roof deck. Next slide. This is a view of 914 West South Street from West South Street. You can see just to the right of the house over the fence is the roof line of the existing accessory structure in the rear yard. Next slide. This is a view looking down the alley from Stokes Street. Again, just past the first accessory structure here on the right is the roof line of the existing rear shed at 914. Next slide. And moving further down the alley, this is the existing rear parking area, tree proposed to be removed, and existing accessory structure proposed to be removed. Next slide. Just an additional close-up of the shed itself. Next slide. And the rear yard and existing rear facade of the house. Next slide. And a view looking down the other direction back toward Stokes Street. Next slide. Staff suggestion is to discuss the congruity of the size and scale of the proposed accessory structure, and pending the results of that discussion, it would be appropriate to defer to allow time for the applicant to revise or provide additional evidence. Next slide. New information has been provided and uploaded to board docs for your consideration. That includes revised drawings, including a reduced footprint and height of the proposed accessory structure, the roof deck and stairs have been removed from the project, and also additional accessory structure examples from the neighborhood have been provided.
Great. Thank you, Aaron. At this time, I'd like to give the applicant an opportunity to speak. If you have any presentation or information you'd like to convey to the commission before we open it up for questions to you all.
Verche, if I may, this is Raz here.
Okay.
As part of the updating of the committee's procedures, I think we have decided that it's best if one of the owners of the property is the lead-off speaker, and if the owner applicant could just recognize Ms. Morris and just request that she explain the proposal. That's I think the way we should probably structure the sequence of your receiving the evidence.
That sounds good.
In that case, I will defer to Ashley to explain the modifications that we've made to the application.
All right, I will do that. We took this project to DRAC and went through the DRAC process, and our feedback was pretty favorable. We have reviewed all the responses and comments from staff, and while doing that, we adjusted the footprint of the structure, like Aaron said, so that it is less square footage. We also lessened the length of the structure along the alley side, which was another concern. We've adjusted the roof pitches of the shed roofs to be more in the 2 and 12, so that lowers the overall height of the structure. We've kind of divided up the mass of the structure into two masses because there's a grade change in the rear yard. So this kind of allowed us to keep the pitches of the shed roofs lower. The massing feels more like two structures possibly, which is a lot of what the Sanborn maps have shown, was that multiple lots would have multiple accessory structures that kind of grew up over time. So trying to keep this structure more in context with the neighborhood. The deck and stairs, we did remove it because that was something that the staff was concerned about. We didn't want to set a precedent. We found, like I said, more examples of accessory structures with a larger footprint in the Sanborn maps for the 1914 and 1914 to 1950. And then also several lots where there are multiple accessory units on one lot. Most of these are gone now, but they are on the Sanborn maps. If the committee feels strongly about reducing the structure, we can always remove the outdoor storage closet that we put instead of the stairs going up to the deck. But we still, the homeowners need the space. They both work from home. The 2 bedrooms in the front are now individual offices for each one of them. And so they've really run out of space. Happy to answer any questions. I think we're open to suggestions.
Great, thank you for that. Are there any questions from the commission for the applicant? I'm not seeing any hands raised. John?
Ashley, is there any way you can get this down to 500 square feet?
Well, there's always a way, John, but but I know that we were at 585, I think. We've taken at least 30 some square feet out. We can take another 30. I know that gets us down to what, probably in the 530 range. It would be close, but I'd have to toss that back to the homeowners.
I think that a reduction would be appreciated. I've looked at other structures, accessory structures in that area, and nothing is as large as this. And I wouldn't want to set, as Curtis has brought up before, scope creep in future applications. I think 535 is better. But ideally, I'd like to get it down to 500, just my own personal comments there.
And as long as Emery and Laura are okay with that, if the rest of the committee feels strongly about that, then that's something they can agree to tonight if they're willing.
Yeah, Ashley, if you don't mind. We would very much like to keep the existing proposal, the modifications that we made. We conceded a lot of what we wanted. We'd very much like to keep the outdoor storage because if we don't have it, we won't have any place to put the lawnmower and the other things like that. I feel like this is a very small structure, but it would be, as an ADU, it would be very useful within the bus rapid transit, like very close to the bus rapid transit overlay, to have more housing. And it would be great to be able to have outdoor storage for tenants. This isn't going to be just for us long-term. It's to benefit the city and the housing needs of the city. So if the committee could give us an extra 30 square feet, we would very much appreciate it.
Curtis? You are muted.
I do 5 or 6 of these a day. You'd think I'd have this down by now. Ashley, you were talking about the Sanborn maps showing larger structures. I noticed in the packet there's one Sanborn map. I assume this is what I'm looking at, from 1914 to 1950, that is showing that the lot behind the proposed lot work and just to the west, I believe, has an accessory structure of 772 square feet. And are there, I assume from what you said, there are actually other instances outside the scope of this one map of the larger accessory structures? Is that true?
There are, the one directly behind actually is in the first one of the photos that Aaron directed you to, looking at the accessory structure that exists on our site. You actually really couldn't see it very well because it was the really dark brown one, but you could definitely see the yellow one that is behind ours. That is a 2-story large accessory structure. Now, Aaron put in a list of COA approvals, and I'm not sure if that one is on that or not, but it does exist and it is right adjacent to, across from the alley from there to that. There you are. Yes, I did include some more Sanborn maps. I'm pulling them up on my desktop too. That had some larger structures that do exist in 1914 in the 1914 to 1950 map. It's a broader scope of Boylan Heights district versus the couple of streets that I had done kind of in the surrounding block of our house. And there are some with multiple accessory structures on the lot. And when you add them up, they are in a pretty high square footage. I think there was one that added up to like 900 and another one that added up to 700. And there are, in our application, we did show a lot of accessory structures that exist on the alleyway, on Lenore, and other alleys that have large accessory structures that have popped up over time. Do they have COA approval? I'm not sure. Aaron, like I said, Aaron included a list of what they had, but it's not like that they don't exist in Boylan Heights. And to go back a little bit, and the homeowners wanted the extra space. They were thinking about putting a second floor on their existing house and trying to work with the attic, and we'd have to raise the roof, and so we did not want to mess with the character of the house. And so this is what's we're doing the accessory or the ADU in response to trying to maintain the character of the house.
Any additional questions for the applicant? Are there any other comments for the commission from the applicant? Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing and turn to internal discussion. John?
Curtis, what do you think?
Well, I'm seeing here in the evidence that they presented on the sandbar maps, we got the 772 square foot accessory structure. They presented 916 Dorothea with a 600 square foot structure, 1022 with a 905 and 905 square foot and a 600 square foot, 110 Lenore. I find it hard to say that the size of it is incongruous with what's historically been there based on that evidence. I share your concern about things getting huge in backyards, but I think we see good evidence for it. We see from the Sanborn maps that they were all located off the alleys, or most of them are located right off the alleys. So the siting is consistent. I personally don't have a problem saying that this is congruous or not incongruous. I hate the double negative.
I'll add to that and say that the design of the structure itself does a lot to mitigate the massing of it.
It does.
It breaks it up. So I would agree with you, Curtis.
And I concur with that. John, where do you come down now?
I think you've convinced me. I mean, what well, hey, it's important.
Mm-hmm.
I always want to say that tiny houses are in, and so I actually admire designs that are efficient in their square footage, but I do take umbrage at your all y'all's comments relative to that, and I'm teachable.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Curtis.
I have a housekeeping question on facts here, which is, as I'm thinking about how we turn this into a motion, fact number 12 on the staff's comments talk about the proportion of built to open space and the built area, built mass calculations. And we have an updated design, and I'm wondering if this information has actually changed.
That would be a question for staff. Can you all answer without me opening the public hearing again? Aaron and Colette?
For shade, no, we're not supposed to. This is Aaron.
It's to be evidence for Shea, so this is Raz. You probably need to have the hearing be open for them to speak.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay, so at this point, we'll reopen the public hearing. Colette and Aaron, feel free to answer the question.
This is Aaron. Thank you, Chair. So the question was regarding fact 12 and the built area, built mass. That has not been updated since the new information was provided. The staff report was written previous to that new information.
Do you believe that that information would change in the updated?
They did revise the footprint, so those calculations would be different, though smaller than what those figures represent.
Okay.
I don't want to throw a kink in the works, but I wanted to point out in terms of the footprint discussion that the yellow accessory structure across the alley is 909 West Lenore, which tax records indicate that was a circa 1950 structure. And some of the Sanborn maps they say 1914 to 1950. That means they were created in 1950. And it just reflects the changes over time from the previous Sanborn map, which was 1914. So with the period of significance for Boylan Heights ending in 1930. They could have been built in the period of significance. They may not have. It's debatable.
Okay, now, oh, actually, there it is. I'm trying to get myself to a spot where I can provide a good revised fact here.
Are there any other questions needing to be posed as we're in the public hearing component right now?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll thank Aaron for that information and close the public hearing and turn back to internal discussion.
I'll be honest, they kind of had me when they took the deck off and the stairs. I thought that was enough of a caveat, because I really found that out of congruency with the neighborhood. And I only brought up the square footage issue just to kind of have us discuss it in a way that I could feel comfortable, and I do.
I'm in the same spot. I'm inclined to move to approve it. And regarding fact 12, I'm just looking back at the original submitted material and the current, the delta is very minimal, probably within 1%. So I don't think we need to update that.
Okay. Are there any other comments, Sandy or Ian, that you have on this? All right. With that, it sounds like we're ready to make a motion, and I'll punt it to Curtis for this one.
Thank you. I move that based on the information contained in the application, staff evaluation, and presented at a public hearing, that the removing a rear deck and patio and constructing a rear accessory structure is not in Congress concept according to guidelines 1.3.1, 0.2, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 1.5.1, 0.6, 1.6.1, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 3.1.2, 3.1, and 3.1.5. Citing facts 1 through 18, adding fact 19. The historic Sanborn maps do show larger accessory structures. Leave it at that.
Do we have a second? All right. Seconded by John Reese. All those in favor? Okay. And that is Curtis, Ian, Sandy, John, and myself. Okay. And follow up.
I move that committee approve the application with the following conditions and cite the staff suggestions 1, 2, 6, and 7.
Is there a second? Okay, seconded by John. All those in favor? Okay, that's Curtis, Ian, Sandy, John, and myself. And so that is unanimous. And this application has been approved. That's application COA-0186-2021 has been approved. Thank you all again for your patience with us this evening. And we really appreciate the work that you've done and working with DRAC to revise your proposal. Hopefully, we feel as it's a successful solution, and we hope that you do as well. So best of luck with everything as you continue to work with staff. All right, let's move on to the next case. We'll have COA 0189-2021, 316 Boylan Avenue. And we have one person signed up to speak for that case. Mr. Andrew Whelan, or Whalen, are you there?
I am. Good evening.
Hi. Okay. Could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Andrew Whelan, 316 South Boylan Avenue, Raleigh.
Thank you. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Good. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you so much. And with that, we'll turn it over to Erin for the staff presentation.
All right, this is case COA 0189-2021 for 316 South Boylan Avenue in the Boylan Heights Historic District. The request is to alter the driveway material. Next slide. This is a view of 316 Boylan from across Boylan Avenue. You'll see off to the right is the Boylan Mansion right at the top of the avenue. So this is a prominent area of the district. Next slide. Just another view moving around the house. You can see the driveway on the south side of the porch. Next slide. And a closer view of the existing conditions of the driveway with the asphalt. Next slide. And looking back towards the rear of the driveway to the brick parking area. Next slide. Staff suggestion is to discuss the congruity of the proposed driveway material and configuration when fronting on South Boylan Avenue, and if needed, based on committee discussion, to defer the application to allow the applicant to revise the design. Next slide. Oh, and that is all.
Okay, thank you, Erin. Are there any, I'm sorry, would the applicant like to say anything, offer any comment on behalf of this application?
Would, yes, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to address the commission. We propose to replace the deteriorating asphalt lower driveway with something that is attractive, environmentally sound, and safe for visitors. As you can see from the photographs that the driveway is deteriorating. The asphalt has been there a while and it's coming apart. We are proposing a change of material because we would like to retain the stormwater on our property. And the way we intend to do that is to put a deep gravel bed beneath the driveway. This will allow the water to get into the bed and then stay within the confines of the property instead of flowing down the street and into the Rocky Branch Creek. We also want to make sure that it's safe for aging parents and visitors. So we have looked towards the ADA standard for a compliant surface, which is safe. And we want to make sure that what we put down is going to be stable, firm, and slip resistant. We have been looking at the permeable pavers from Belgard. Because they have been used in the local area, they are ADA compliant. We had originally proposed that the color and parquet pattern would be to closely match the upper driveway section. But having looked at the staff report, we are open to suggestions on combinations of colors and patterns of the pavers. So if something like a 2-strip idea was proposed in different colors and different patterns, this would be okay. In terms of defining features, the Heights House Hotel is a significant focal point. We found other examples of pavers on Florence, but we must, or I'm going to point out in response to the staff report, that Boylan Avenue itself has no special designation in the design guidelines. So when we compare what we are proposing to what has been recently approved at Montfort Hall, the Heights House Hotel. It is for the same stormwater retention purpose, for the ADA compliance and visual appearance using permeable pavers. And these ones are actually from Belgard, so the same vendor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are there any questions from the commission for the applicant? John?
Would you be opposed to putting in concrete wheel tracks and providing the brick between and on either side?
Yes, because the water would flow down the concrete rail tracks and into the street.
Fair enough.
Okay, Curtis?
But from your testimony, I understand that you'd be open to revisions that would give the appearance of a tire track driveway, basically.
Absolutely. Sorry, absolutely.
Great. So
now I'm confused. Because I just heard you say yeah. I just heard you say you were opposed to it for function reasons, but you said yes to Curtis for aesthetic reasons. Which are you agreeing to?
I am agreeing to using a combination of colors of permeable pavers in perhaps a running bond going away from the street to make it look as though there are two concrete tire tracks. But actually using concrete, no. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other questions from the commission? Okay, any other comments from the applicant? All right, at this point, we'll close the public hearing and turn to internal discussion.
I think we're kind of good to go.
Okay. All right, I would agree with that unless anyone has any comments they want to make. No. All right, let's try who'd like to make a motion? I'll leave it over.
I'm always willing.
Okay, go with Curtis this time and put Sandy on notice for the next application.
Okay.
So go ahead, Curtis.
I move that based on the information contained in the application, the staff's evaluation, and evidence presented at the hearing, altering the driveway material is not incongruous in concept according to guidelines 1.3.1, 0.2, 0.7.8, 1.5.1.2, 1.5.6, and 1.5.9. However, installing concrete paver driveway is incongruous according to guidelines 1.3.9, 1.5.5, and citing the following facts 1 through 11. And just so you all understand, we're going to take care of the incongruity in the conditions.
Okay. All right. It looks like we have a second from Sandy. All those in favor? Okay. And that's Curtis, Ian, Sandy, John, and myself. Okay. And then can we get a follow-up for this?
I move that we approve the application with the following conditions, citing staff suggested conditions 1, 2, changing condition 3 to that the driveway have the appearance of driving strips, citing conditions 4, 5, 4 and 5. So we cited conditions 1, 2, 4, 5, and modified condition 3, so it didn't look wishy-washy.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Sure.
Second, John seconds. All those in favor? Okay, that's Curtis, Ian, Sandy, John, and myself. And that's unanimous. So this application has been approved. Mr. Whalen, thank you so much for bringing this to us. We enjoy seeing driveways just as much as we enjoy seeing houses. And we appreciate your thought and intent behind ADA accessibility and sustainability. When we could do that in a historic context, it's always a success. So thank you so much and best of luck with your project. Okay. Our next COA application is COA-0190-2021, 501 South Person Street.
Verche, I just want to make it clear that I am friends with the applicants, as well as I know the architect very well. I do think I can be impartial in this process, and I just want to make sure that everyone is copacetic with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for letting us know, John. Is everyone on the commission okay with John's participation in this case?
Yes.
Okay, great.
And before we continue on,
yes.
I also have to disclose that the applicant and I served on the commission together, and on occasion I work on projects with them, but we currently have no contracts or financial relation as far as work, and I believe I can make a informed and impartial decision on the application.
Thank you for sharing that, Curtis. Does anyone on the commission have any issue with Curtis continuing to participate in this case? Okay, great. And it looks like Mr. Belladin, you are just a very popular guy. So with that, because I happen to know you as well. So let's go ahead and get you and Mr. and Ms. Tran sworn in. So Mr. Belladin, if you are there.
Yes.
Okay. Could you state your full name and address for the record, please?
Fred Belladin, 711 Gaston Street, Raleigh, NC 27605.
Thank you. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great, thank you. And not sure how to pronounce the first name. Fu Tran?
Fu. That's correct. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, great, no problem. I got it right on the first try. Could you state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, Fu Tran, 501 South Person Street, Raleigh, North Carolina 27601.
Great. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
All right. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. And with that, we will turn it over to Aaron for the staff presentation.
All right, this case is for COA 190-2021 for 501 South Person Street, the Gethsemane Seventh-day Adventist Church, a Raleigh historic landmark, and also located within the Prince Hall Historic District. The work request is to remove a non-historic shed and construct an addition. Next slide. This is a view of the existing church from the intersection of Person and Lenore. Next slide. Or perhaps Cabarrus, actually. This is a view from the other side of the church along South Person Street. Next slide. And a view of the front facade of the existing church. Next slide. This is a view of the existing non-historic shed to be removed and the south wing of the church where the addition is proposed. Next slide. Another detailed view of that area. Next slide. And a straight-on view of the side yard of the church. Next slide. Staff suggestion is to approve with conditions, and no new information was provided this week.
Great, thank you, Aaron. It looks like we've already got a first question from the commission. Curtis?
Not a question. I need to recuse. I realize I saw this at DRAC prior to coming onto the commission.
Okay, no problem. I believe we still have a quorum without Curtis's participation. Okay, great. All right, so Curtis, you are recused from this case.
Okay.
We'll see you for the next one. Okay. All right, that said, are there any questions from the commission for the applicant?
I have one, and it's mainly to staff, just to clarify what they were referring to relative to, where'd it go? I'm sorry, I have lost my spot here. Oh, here we go. Where was it? The hyphen roof flashing be let in at the existing mortar joint rather than through the face of the historic concrete block masonry. Is that referencing the flashing at the roof?
John, this is Aaron.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not going. John, can you mute yourself?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. That comment is in regards to where the proposed addition meets the existing building. Generally speaking, when anything is proposed to be attached to the existing masonry, we specify that the connection will be through the mortar rather than the structural block component, masonry component, which I believe was specified specifically in the application.
Okay, pardon me for my being so obtuse. You did not see a detail where they were going you saw a detail where they're going through the block, not the mortar joint?
This is Aaron. We didn't see anything that indicated they won't be connecting the roof that way, but we didn't see anything that did. If I recall, the details provided were focused on the new material rather than the existing wall construction and where it actually lets in along the face of that wall. I'm sure that Fred could clear that up if needed.
Please do, Fred.
So before I answer, Raz, does Fu need to do anything to start, or is it okay for me to answer?
You know, I think we got into asking questions, substantive questions of staff before the application was actually presented by the owner applicant. So I think I would recommend that just let Mr. Fu identify and recognize his architect, if he would please explain the proposal, and in so doing, respond to the question.
Yeah, so Fu's on here. If it's okay, I'll ask Fred to speak on my behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fu. John, Aaron's correct. We just have, the classic hatched wall shown where the flashing is let in. So we have no objection to tying in the flashing into the mortar joint. It's standard practice.
Any other questions for the applicant? And Raz is absolutely correct. We neglected to give you all a chance to, speak to your application. So if there's any information that you'd like to share with the commission at this time, please feel free to do so.
Sure. Briefly, I know you all have had a long night already. No presentation. We, as Curtis alluded to, have been to DRAC and we received some thoughtful staff comments. To the best of my knowledge, we've addressed all of the questions about it. So hopefully it's pretty straightforward, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Belladin. Are there any other questions for the applicant team? Nope. Okay. At this time, we'll close the public hearing and turn to internal discussion. Are there any comments or items that need to be discussed on this case? John?
I don't want to kind of cut it to the chase, but I think this is a very elegant solution to a very historic structure that I think actually adds to it in a very positive way. I have no issue with it whatsoever.
Agreed.
All right. If there are no comments from the commission, it sounds like we're ready to have a motion. Sandy,
May I?
yes, please.
I move that based on the information contained in the application, staff evaluations, and the facts entered, that removing a non-historic shed and constructing an addition is not incongruous in concept according to guidelines sections 1.3.1, 0.2, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 0.11, 1.6.1, 3.2.1, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 0.11, 3.2.12, 3.4.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 11, and the following suggested facts 1 through 21.
All right, is there a second? All right, that's seconded by John Reese. All those in favor? Okay, and that's Sandy, Ian, John, and myself. So that is unanimous. I don't believe that we need any follow-up. Is that right, Brad? Good. Or do we?
I think you need a motion regarding just approval of the COA
Oh, okay.
rather than just adopting findings.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the COA.
Sure. I move that the certificate of appropriateness be issued with the following conditions 1 through 7.
Is there a second? It's seconded by John. All those in favor? Okay, and that's Ian, John, Sandy, and me. And so this application, COA -0190/2021 has been approved. I would like to thank the applicant for their continued work and you, Mr. Belladin, for your continued work with RHDC that you went to draft. It's great to see you do something small and thoughtful, as well as some of the bigger things we've seen you come through and do. So thanks for your patience, and you all have a good evening. Good luck with your project.
Thank you all. Have a great night.
All right. Our next case is COA -0191/2021, 2310 Bedford Avenue. And it looks like we've got 3 people signed up to speak on behalf of this case. All right. Is Chrissy Mastrangelo?
Mastrangelo, yes, I'm here.
Mastrangelo. Okay, thank you, Miss Mastrangelo. Could you state your full name and your address for the record, please?
It is Chrissy Mastrangelo. My address is 2310 Bedford Avenue, Raleigh, 27607.
Okay. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
Yes.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Sydney Clemens? Is Sydney Clemens there?
Oops.
Sydney Clemens.
Rashay, this is Colette. It doesn't look like Sydney has joined.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Ruth Little.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Would you state your full name and address for the record?
Ruth Little, 2312 Bedford Avenue, Raleigh.
Okay. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Mastrangelo for any comments or presentations she'd like to convey to the commission.
So the
I'm sorry.
first thing that I would like to convey is that you,
Sorry, 1 second. I made a mistake. Got to let the staff present on your behalf first, and then we will turn it over to you. My apologies. It's been a long night. Colette, do you have a staff presentation for us? My apologies, Ms. Mastrangelo, for that.
Yes, we do. It'll be quick, I promise. This is COA 191, 2021 for 2310 Bedford Avenue. It is in the Oberlin Village Historic District, which is a general HOD. And the request is to construct an in-ground pool and equipment and alter a patio. This is a view of the property from Bedford. And moving east on Bedford, this is a view of the driveway. This is a view of the rear yard behind that one-story addition you saw in the previous photo. And moving around the rear yard, looking back towards that one-story addition. Looking across the rear yard to the west. Looking from the opposite direction back towards the east. And an existing shed in the existing patio. Staff suggestion is to approve with conditions. We did have one neighbor sign up to speak in opposition, and the neighbor provided photographs as well, which were uploaded to board docs on Tuesday for you to view.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Colette. So now I'd like to give Ms. Mastrangelo a chance to speak on behalf of her case.
so the first thing I would like to say is that you were asking for Sydney Clemens. She is actually here with me. I had sent some messages earlier in the meeting when we were trying to do test calls and stuff that she's here. So can you swear her in to talk with me?
Sure. Yes, we can do that right now before we
Okay,
proceed.
thank you.
Sydney, could you please state your full name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Sydney Clemens, 6401 Castlebrook Drive, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27604.
Okay, great. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Okay. And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, with that, I will leave it. Just so you all know, I don't know if the committee has the notes. Ruth Little is here to speak in opposition. So let's get started with the applicant, Ms. Mastrangelo or Ms. Clemens, if you'd like to speak.
This is Sydney speaking. So the Oberlin District has been, I think, pretty well established as a preservation of cultural significance more than it is an architectural significance, in the sense that the period of significance is very long. It spans a lot of change in our world in terms of the way things were built, what they look like, the introduction of cars into our everyday life. And so with that in mind, the Mastrangelos have lived here, I think, for almost 15 years. They have committed themselves to sort of being a very integral part of the community. They're good friends with lots of their neighbors. Their kids' friends play here all the time. They have a fenced-in yard so that the kids can play safely. They have a backyard that does not grow grass because the tree canopy is so dense. They have a patio area. They have a synthetic turf area, and they have a mulched area for the kids to play. They have decided that they'd like, as their children grow and their friends are growing up, that they would like to put in this in-ground pool, which actually will not impact, it's the arborist. We have a letter submitted by an arborist that it will not impact any trees on their property, which they don't have any because of the shade, but any of the neighbor properties. And it actually will lower the amount of impervious surface because of the water area, essentially. So that's, I think, that's the summary of the proposal.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there, let me see. Aaron or Raz, remind me, do we kind of hear from all of the speakers first and then go with questions, or we do questions from the applicant first and then hear opposition?
Verche, you asked for evidence and testimonial evidence speakers that are in favor of the proposal. And then that is the opportunity for there to be questions. And then you repeat that process with respect to the opposition, anyone who's appearing for the opposition or opposing the application. That's the way I would suggest it, just to structure the evidence that's offered and the evidence that comes in response to questions.
Okay.
Either in favor of or in opposition to the application. And I would just suggest, Ms. Verche, you might ask Ms. Clemens what capacity she's offering her testimony, or alternatively, you ask the applicant owner to just to speak to the capacity in which Ms. Clemens was offering her testimony, if in fact the applicant was requesting her to explain the proposal, if she's authorizing her, and if the facts that she related seem to be true to her knowledge.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Raz. Ms. Mastrangelo, did you catch all of that? Can you clarify for us in which capacity Ms. Clemens was representing you in her statements, and offer any comments since you are the owner of the property?
Yeah, she is the architect that we have brought on for this. And I am authorizing her to speak on my behalf. Is that sufficient? Is that good enough?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Raz, you're looking like maybe you want to hear a little bit. Is that good? Or is there
I think that's acceptable. Here, the idea is so long as the architect was appearing as a fact witness and doing that as authorized, introduced by the owner as part of the owner's case, which has been explained, I think that's okay.
Yeah, she is definitely appearing as a fact witness for me.
Thanks so much for that.
No problem.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, we will hear from Ms. Little commenting in opposition to this application.
We should have questions first.
I think that's correct, Verche. Any questions of the speakers so far?
I'm sorry. Are there any questions to the applicant from the commission so far? Okay. Okay, great. All right. So now we'll move on and hear speakers in opposition of this application.
Good evening. I'm Ruth Little. I'm an adjacent property owner and an expert witness. I have a PhD in art and architectural history and have over 50 years of experience in historic preservation. I've listed over 100 individual properties and districts on the National Register of Historic Places and Landmarks across North Carolina, taught courses in preservation and history, published 13 books, many articles, given many lectures, and served on the Raleigh Historic Properties Commission. I make my remarks and express these opinions as an expert witness. For the past 16 years, I've worked at home in my den, facing the applicant's home. Throughout this time, I've worked to rebuild Oberlin Village as a historic community, co-founded the Friends of Oberlin Village, landmarked the Oberlin Cemetery, put it on the National Register, and prepared the Historic District Report for the Raleigh Historic Development Commission. I have two other neighbors, one across the street and one to the rear, who do not support the pool, but they could not be here tonight. The proposed pool does not meet the Historic District guidelines because its construction will damage the most important natural feature on the applicant's and my property, a mature 50-year-old water oak tree on our mutual property line with a circumference of 13.5 feet and a drip line radius of over 25 feet, half on my lot, and half on the applicant's lot. I hope you've looked at the 4 photographs of this large shade tree. One was made in the summer and the rest were taken this month. The tree occupies the side yard that will be the construction driveway for the bulldozers and other construction vehicles for the pool. In 2016, I hired Jeffrey Kish of Bartlett Tree Company to evaluate the tree's age and health. Kish concluded, in the presence of the applicant, that it is a middle-aged tree with another 50 years of health, provided that its roots are protected. I've taken great care not to damage the roots. However, part of the problem is that the applicants caused severe harm to the tree roots shortly before the district was established by leveling out the ground at the left corner of their house with axes and saws to construct the patio that you saw in their photos. The tree was ignored in the application and is not shown on Andrew Erdman's tree survey. He states that he found only one tree, a magnolia, that will not have any significant issues with the pool construction. The application states that no major trees on neighboring properties will be affected. Large shade trees are an important element in Oberlin Village Historic District's character. The district guidelines 1.3, site features and plantings, state that large shade trees contribute significantly to the overall character of districts. The guidelines state that large trees should be protected from damage during construction, including compaction of the soil or loss of root area, surrounding the critical root zone of a threatened tree with temporary fencing helps to prevent any construction activity or equipment from endangering it. Guideline 1.3.7 states that it is especially critical to avoid compaction of the soil within the critical root zone of trees or from delayed damage. Water, please. The problem is that the roots occupy the entire left side of the applicant's house. There's not enough room to fence off the root zone. We can't risk further damage to this tree that would take 50 years to regrow. The applicants cut most of the limbs on their side when they built their house, and then hacked off some of the roots in 2017. If they further damage it with construction equipment, the tree may sicken and die slowly, likely in 3 to 5 years. Since all of this damage has been on their side, it's likely to fall on my side, causing catastrophic damage to my house. Who will pay for taking down the tree? Who will pay to excavate the root ball? This could cost many, many thousands of dollars. If the tree dies and must be removed, it will lower my property value significantly. If it ends up deceased, dangerous or dead, we will have allowed this to take place by approving this application. Now that you know the tree is here, the application should be revised or denied. I want to save the tree and avoid the cost of its removal. One other way I believe the application does not comply with the guidelines are in the built area to open space ratio. The ratio in the staff report states it will be 50%, but I believe that the square footage of the pool in the application is incorrect and that the ratio will actually be 59% with the swimming pool. My final concern about this pool is my right to the quiet enjoyment and peaceful possession of my property. The application states that the applicants desire the swimming pool for their children, their children's friends, and other friends and neighbors who gather there. This will result in pool parties during the warm months that will attract a good deal of people. I do not wish to deprive my neighbors of their enjoyment, but we're all on small lots, and it will deprive us, their neighbors, of our quiet enjoyment and peaceful possession of our property. In my professional opinion, this application is inconsistent with the guidelines and should be denied. A tree should not be removed unless diseased, dangerous, or dead. And if so, then an application so damaging to the tree as to result in disease, danger, or death should likewise not be allowed. If the tree dies within 10 years, then the applicants should be financially liable for its removal and planting. Thank you to the commission for allowing me to present my information.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Little. Are there any questions for Mr. Little from the commission? Curtis?
I missed where exactly this tree is relative to the subject property and the species, sorry.
It's on the west side in the middle of the property line, jointly on the property line that I share with the applicant.
And it's a what kind of tree?
It's a water oak.
Water oak? And what is its DBH offhand, do you know?
It's what?
Its diameter at breast height?
13 and a half feet.
13 and a half feet around its trunk?
Around the circumference.
Circumference, okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Thank you for that.
John?
And since we don't have information on the applicant of the circumference of this tree, how close is it to the proposed pool?
Well, it's on the west property line, and the pool is at the northeast corner of the rear property.
Within the root zone.
It is. I do not think that the roots will be damaged by the pool. However, the root area will be compacted and damaged by the construction equipment.
So if the applicant provided a construction plan that did not impact the roots, how do you feel about that?
If they can keep the root zone, the critical root zone protected during their construction, then I don't see any objection to that under the guidelines. However, they will not.
Go ahead.
Their equipment on the other side of their house.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Okay, are there any questions for the opposition? Raz, do we give the applicant an opportunity to respond to comments from the opposition?
Madam Chair, generally the party that has the burden of producing a prima facie case, prima facie evidence to show that the application is congruous with the special character of the district has a rebuttal opportunity if there is opposition evidence. So the answer is yes.
Okay. Let's see. Ms. Mastrangelo or Ms. Clemens, would you like to provide any response?
Yes, actually we would. So as it seems like her biggest concern is to the root structure of the tree that is on the opposite side of the property for where the pool will be constructed. We did submit in our plans that there was an opportunity to bring the equipment in on that side. However, since Monday, when we had to have all of our final work into the committee, we have been able to obtain the information that allows us to bring the pool equipment in on the other side of our property, which would not impact the tree at all. So if that's something that the committee needs to see in paperwork, I'm happy to submit that, but also you can take my word for it that we are prepared to come in on the other side. No, we have the ability to come in on the other side as well, if that tree is what is going to keep us from coming in on the opposite side.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I have a question on this case for staff with regard to the built mass ratio that Ms. Little brought up. Outside of the actual calculations, how do we typically handle the way that in-ground pools affect the built mass ratio? And I asked because there was a comment that was made by the applicant regarding the way that we count it, and it, just kind of suggesting that it doesn't contribute to that in a negative way. However, I think we know that pools don't really, they shouldn't be treated the same way that turf would be, for example. So just you're digging in, you're still basically it's the same as going up. So anyway, Aaron or Colette, could you provide some guidance on that?
This is Colette. So pool applications are very rare, I'm sure, as you may have noticed. And I do not believe that we have had an application since the guidelines were revised to include guidelines that word built area and built mass as it does now. So I don't think that there is a previous, I guess, precedence for, how that is calculated. The miscalculation that Ms. Little referenced, it did look like, I went back to look at the chart that was provided by the applicant, and I do believe that they didn't calculate one of the lines. I think it was just an accidental oversight. And I believe, if I recall, it was off by a small amount. I think, goodness, let me see if I can go back to that page. 1 second. Yes, so it looks like they were about 300 square feet short in the overall calculation from subtracting what was being removed from the patio and what was being replaced with the pool.
Okay.
So just to be clear, Colette, the pool is now counted as built area.
I believe that the applicants, in providing their calculations, did count it as part of their built area. So the numbers that you have do include the pool.
And it still went down.
No, that is, I believe, where I think it's 59 if you include the 300 that accidentally got excluded from the calculation.
Okay.
And the current built area, existing built area does include the shed structure, or is that the existing shed? I don't, Colette, do you know if that's been counted, or is that a question for the applicant? Okay.
I do not. That's a question for the applicant. Yeah.
Okay. I would ask Mr. Strangelo or Ms. Clemens, did you all include the shed in your existing built area analysis?
Yes, it lists on the plan provided by the pool contractor includes information from the most recent survey, which lists the existing shed of 193.81 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
So am I correct in understanding then that really this fact should say that the proposed built area is 4,000, doing a little quick math in my head, like close to 4,700 square feet. So the proposed built area to open space is 59%, which is a net increase of 5%. Just trying to get the facts right here.
I'm going to have to ask you for a little bit of clarification because the information provided is about impervious surface, but you keep talking about built area. Is that a distinction without a difference, or am I misunderstanding what you're asking?
I believe the pool, in the case of a pool, they're different. These are two different measures, impervious versus built to open. And I think a pool is one of the few structures you can build that impervious and built footprints are different.
Right. Because my understanding is the city of Raleigh does not count the pool surface area as impervious.
Right. But I think the question before us is actually the built area.
I see. So what was your question to us?
So if we're talking about built area, our fact 6 on the staff comments, really what they're using is impervious area, but they're using it with the words around it that are, say, built area. And I'm actually almost asking staff too on this.
But can you refine what your question?
Sorry. Just looking here quickly.
If you are asking about how we define built area, that is different from impervious.
Exactly.
And
my impression.
Can I jump in here for a second?
Statistics we're seeing here are impervious, but they're presented in the context of built in this proposed fact.
Aaron, can I jump in here for a second, please?
This is Aaron. Maybe speaking for.
Yeah, I think the question here is, what is the built area number and what is the impervious surface number?
Right.
So built area, this is Colette. Built area is essentially any covered surface. For COAs, that includes even if a paver is clarified as permeable, we consider that as built area. Any structure, paving, any covering that is not, natural ground is built area.
Okay. In this specific project, what are those two numbers?
So we're unmuted. Is that a question to us or to Colette?
To staff.
So this is Colette. We went with the numbers that the applicant provided, which I believe describes.
And that is, okay, and that is?
Can you unmute yourself? Thank you. So the numbers that the applicant provided in the original application were that the lot is 8,164 square feet and that the existing built area was 4,440 square feet. And they provided the existing built area percentage as 54%. And they listed the proposed built area with the alterations as 4,089 square feet, which was a decrease of 4% with a 50% built area. But after looking at their calculations, I believe that they were 300 square feet short. And I have not calculated what that percentage would be if it was 4,389 square feet.
I think piggybacking off of that, I would also ask the applicant if we're talking about, we want to call it for now cover area. Your detailed drawings show the extent of the pool, but you have renderings included that show pavers in addition to the pool, covering more of the site, but there's no drawn representation of that area in your documents. Can you talk about how are those really going in? Are you keeping it grass? What's happening there?
Okay, so if you look at A001, the existing site plan, which shows the existing patio, the existing synthetic turf area, and an existing mulched area, and then you will see the line that divides the synthetic turf from the mulched area is still on the proposed site plan A100. So the pool is we're removing synthetic turf and patio area to be replaced by part of the pool itself. So that may be where I think that I'm trying to answer the correct question. That is the synthetic turf and the patio pavers, which are impervious, are being replaced in some part by the water surface. Does that answer your question?
It does in part. I also am curious about, so the extent of your existing patio are less than what is represented in this. I'm blurry. You see? Oh, no, I'm blurry. I'm sorry. In one of your drawings where it's basically showing an expanded hardscape almost to the fence line. Your pavers are going edge to edge.
That rendering is representative. The site plan shows what is accurate based on land survey.
Okay, so you don't have any intention of adding any additional paving outside of what's existing?
That is correct. There will be no new pavement.
Okay.
With the exception of the pool coping material, which is included, excuse me, in the calculation.
Right. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair. Hi, I have an emergency and I need to be excused.
Okay. Raz, what do I do?
Well, if you're not capable of doing business, if Ms. Feaster is not going to be available, then you would need to recess the meeting.
But I think we have a quorum without her for now.
2, 3, I guess you do. It's within your discretion as chair to ask if there's an objection. If not, say that Ms. Feaster can go. I would advise just asking if it's something that she will be returning or if she will have to absent herself from the rest of the meeting.
Sandy, will you be returning or will you be gone for the rest of the evening?
Understood. Let me address the issue and I will give you information just shortly. I sincerely apologize.
No, it's fine. Raz, I understand the legal stuff, but I want her to be able to handle her emergency.
Of course,
so
of
really,
course.
really care if she comes
Of
back.
course.
We have a quorum, so we can keep
Of
going.
course.
Sandy, unless any other commissioners have objections, you're certainly excused. Okay. You're excused and we hope everything's okay.
Rashay, if Sandy's going to be voting on anything concerning this this action, this item, you might want to consider a short recess.
Okay.
This is Erin. Raz, you may you might feel differently. Without Sandy, we still have 4 who are able to be voting members, and this is I believe the second to last case of the night.
And I figured you'd be commenting about that. I'm just concerned that there may be testimony and evidence, and obviously it's the same hearing, and she can't, they're not minutes to review, to familiarize herself. So she actually, as a matter of record, will show as not being present for a period of the hearing. And that's a little bit of a problem that could be objected to.
Although
particularly since we've got a case with opposition, you have to be a little more sensitive about procedure if you do have opposition, and anticipate that there could be some challenge.
can that concern be solved by her not voting on this case?
I would think so, yes.
I think, why don't we just handle it that way so we can.
Okay. So do we have the ability to recuse her from this case? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, technically she's being excused from the rest of this, of hearing the rest of this case.
Yes.
Not recusing herself from the case, but being excused from having to be here and also to decide.
Okay. Okay. Let's go that route. Do I need to repeat that at all, or be in good shape?
You might want to ask if anybody present objects.
Does anybody present, including the applicant in opposition, does anybody object to that decision? To have Ms. Feaster excused for this case, so she will not weigh in or vote on it.
I have no objection.
We have no objection either.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, we appreciate you all working with us in that way. Are there any additional questions for the applicant or for staff on this case? No? Okay, all right, with that, I will close the public hearing and turn to internal discussion. John?
While I appreciate the comments from the opposing neighbor, I am very clearly understanding that the tree root issue is based strictly on construction of the pool and how it is done so that it does not impact the roots of that tree. All of the other issues that applicant or that opposition brought up are lifestyle issues that we as a commission have no comment about one way or the other. I am comfortable with the built area and impervious surface issues, and I am in favor of approving this application.
Curtis?
I concur with John. And what I'm hearing here is sort of the net result of the built area discussion is, while the fact that the staff has proposed may be wrong, in the end, the net change will be immaterial to the question. So I think we just strike that fact as a method of dealing with it. We've heard from the opposition that just converting circumference to diameter, that we do have this 50-inch DBH water oak on the west side of the house. We've heard from the applicant that the construction equipment will access the rear yard on the east side of the property. Therefore, its health shouldn't be impacted. So I think truly what we're, and all of this information tells us that the Bartlett tree experts information here was incomplete, but with the applicant's testimony and a revised or a tree protection plan revised to take account of this large water oak, I think we're covered. So I think by updating the facts to reflect the new information and by adding the condition that a tree protection plan be provided to and approved by staff, I think we've covered opposition's concerns and gotten the information we need to make a good decision.
I would agree, and I would just, as we move forward on in motions for this, I would just, well, I think I can wait and get to that there, even though I'm chair. But what I wanted to say was just ensuring that as far as the pervious cover or impervious cover on the site, that the renderings are kind of noted as for representation only, and that it's the drawings, the construction drawings that are being kind of voted on and moving forward. So, okay, with that, who'd like to try a motion?
I'll try a motion, but I expect some real editing here, guys. I move that based on the information contained in the application, staff's evaluation, and the evidence presented at the hearing, that the construction of an in-ground pool and equipment and alteration of a patio are not incongruous in concept according to guidelines section 1.3.1.7.8.9.11.12. The following facts 1 through 5. I want to add, I'm going to ask us in conversation to come up with a fact 6 to deal with the analysis question. Facts 7 through 9, adding facts 10. That there's a 50-inch DBH water oak exists west of the house on the property line. Fact 11, that the construction equipment will access the rear yard via the east side of the property. And we can get to second, we can figure out what to do about fact 6 together.
Looks like John is a second. Okay, all in favor? Okay, and that's me, Ian, John, and Curtis, and then a follow-up.
Okay, follow-up motions, I move that we approve the application with the following conditions as listed, 1 through 4, adding condition 4C, that a tree protection plan be provided to and approved by staff as part of 4.
Okay, there's a second from John. All those in favor? Aye, so that's Crochet, Curtis, John, and Ian. Okay. Did you say you wanted to kind of talk through, or we're just the modifications for?
Moved to improved it facts, so we're good to go.
Okay. All right, so with that, this application, COA-0191-2021 has been approved. We appreciate everyone's time, whether you were in favor or opposition of this case. And best of luck with your project moving forward.
Thank you.
All right. Next, certainly last but not least, we have case COA-0192-2021, 515 Polk Street. And we've got 3 people signed up to speak for this case. And we want to, again, thank you all for hanging out with us this long. So with that, Michelle Bellerjoe, are you on the line?
I am here, and you are correct. It's Michelle Bellerjoe.
Bellerjoe. Okay. Ms. Bellerjoe, could you state your full name and address for the record?
Michelle Kristen Bellerjoe, residing at 515 Cutler Street in historic Boylan Heights, Raleigh, North Carolina, 27603.
Okay. Great. And do you confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Is Poria Sadi available for here?
Yes, you have both Priya, I go by Poe, but Priya, Saidi, and Stacey Kurtz, also both of us are here.
Hi.
Okay, great. I will handle you all as a set then as well. Could you each state your name and address for the record?
Sure. Priya Saidi, address is 800 St. Mary Street, apartment 301, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And Stacy Kurtz, 800 St. Mary's Street, apartment 301, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you each confirm an assent to this remote meeting and the special procedures?
I do.
Yes.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes, I do as well.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will turn it over to Colette for the staff presentation.
All right, this is case COA 192-2021 for 515 Polk Street. It is in the Oakwood Historic District, a general HOD. The request is to alter existing historic window openings, construct a new projecting dormer window, install bay window, alter roof form, alter rear deck, construct screen porch addition, and install fence. And this is a view of the property from Polk Street. And walking around to the east side, this is a view of the existing east cable end. And a view from the backyard looking towards the front. This is a view of the rear facade. And on the existing rear porch. Spin around the rear porch and the west facade. Staff suggestion is to discuss the addition of the projecting dormer on the east side, whether the gable side ends of the historic house are character defining, and the addition of transom windows above windows. However, some of these are irrelevant suggestions due to the new information provided by the applicant, which include a revised written description, a written tree protection notes, revised design and drawings, and additional photographs.
Thank you, Colette. Curtis, they haven't presented yet, but
I know, but I'm late to the table on this. I have to disclose that I live 2 lots away from this house. I have not seen or heard any of details of this prior to the packet that arrived and have not met the owner. I believe I can provide fair and impartial review of the case. And unless somebody has objections, I'd love to hang on.
there are no objections from me or the rest of the commission, so you are free to remain. We also want to maintain a quorum, so it all works out. Okay, so with that, we will have our applicant. If you all have a presentation or just any comments you want to offer to the commission, please do so at this time.
Absolutely. Thank you all. No, it's a late night and really appreciate the opportunity to present in front of you guys. And I just plan on saying a couple quick things and then going to hand it off to Michelle, who is our architectural and interior designer. I think the main thing we wanted to express is that the vast majority of changes that we're proposing to this house are to address the really significant lack of light in the house. As we submitted an additional picture that I think where you'll be able to see both of the 2 houses on either side of our house are 2-story houses. And there's a lot of large trees in the back of the house. So without adding more windows or finding other ways to get light into the house, pretty much even during all of the day, it's very dark in most of the house. Other than maybe certain parts of the day where the front gets a decent bit of light. So that's just the, I guess, an initial thought to give you a sense of the reason behind a lot of our requests. And we're very much committed to maintaining the, the historical aspects of the home, and have allotted a significant portion of our budget towards things like fixing one of the front chimneys that was destroyed when a tree fell on it. And so we definitely want to be mindful and respectful of those issues, but and are open to suggestions if anything that we're suggesting is not workable. I think ultimately our goal is just light. So with that, I will pass it off to Michelle, and thank you all again.
So I agree. Thank you, guys. Good evening. Thank you for all of your due diligence to the board, the city attorney, and lovely staff who have been so helpful throughout the process. And and all of y'all continuing to persevere tonight. It is not unusual in my experience that these meetings go long, but unfortunately, it is again the case. So just a background, I'm an architectural designer with a penchant for interiors occasionally. My degree is from NC State in architecture at the School of Design or College of Design. And I've worked on projects around the country and in Europe, but a substantial body of my work was in Nantucket, where the entire island is historic. So I have a very specific understanding of, listening to the language and vernacular of a neighborhood, and understanding different historic boards need to make sure that changes to a structure are within the parameters of the neighborhood. I agree with the clients and owners, Poe and Stacy. The house is very dark during the day because the south-facing facade, the main character-facing facade that faces Polk Street, is the south-facing, and it has a porch roof over the three main doors and with transoms. The fact that this type of structure also only has one window per room, it does make it challenging to have light-filled spaces. So with that, also, all of our design items that we're suggesting are intended to be sensitive to the character of the house and also the neighborhood. We did go through a DRAC meeting, and after review of the staff report, we decided to remove or redesign a few items. One being to remove any of the proposed transom windows that were part of our original packet. It was strongly considered something that would not be approved and out of character for this style of house, adding transom windows over windows versus over doors, which is the front three sets of doors do have transoms, but none of the other windows, nor could we find examples of other windows with transoms in the neighborhood, mostly just doors. We also, excuse me, there are three windows that are proposed in Poe's future office that determined were a little, the exact same size as the two front windows on the main gable mass. And so we reduced the size of those windows slightly so that we could also maintain the existing continuous fascia that's below the soffit. On the new packet of drawings, there is an error of AutoCAD layers not performing properly. Sorry about that. It looks like as if the last window to the north on that west elevation was to be removed, and that was just an unintended failure of AutoCAD and printing. So that is not intended to be removed. It should be as if it were in the existing elevation. Also changes, we reduced the overall length of the screened-in porch on the northwest so that it can be incorporated into what is now called the utility and laundry room. It used to be part of the forensics of the house seem that it used to be part of a porch that extended along that back section of a building that was once solitary or isolated from the main house. So what the idea there is to incorporate what once was a porch back into and create it as part of the screen-in porch. This will allow for less structure to flank the existing deck, and it won't protrude into the existing walkway. That existing deck, though, is not necessarily historic in nature and seems built at the most within the last 25 years. The proposed bay addition to the north will be instead a little bit slightly larger structure in order to open up the view to the garden, and situating that new structure on piers will reduce the impact to the nearby Japanese maple, which is the only tree in that location that is substantial. Most of the other large trees are to the back of the lot. Incorporating that structure with a shed roof the shed roof would then be in line with the fascia or the cornice roof return so that it doesn't impact any of the existing detailing. I had one more note. The proposed bump out on the east elevation, which has been referred to as a bay window, it really only protrudes 9 inches beyond the exterior wall and does not have, in that respect, would not have need for a foundation below or brackets. So those are not part of the design. It also, because it's only 9 inches past the exterior face, it doesn't protrude beyond the main gable structure that flanks the front of the property. We changed that design so that it will not have a dormer above it. And instead, as per recommendations by the DRAC committee and staff, that we decided not to cut through the eave line of the existing roof, and instead incorporate skylights that would align with the windows on that side. There are 3 existing windows in the structure that by the other renovation or other additions or renovation could possibly be reused, obviously notwithstanding substantial decay or their ability to be removed without damage. We provided in the packet also 6 examples within the neighborhood that exemplify the existence of a bump out or a bay window, either both above or below the eave line, similar to what we're proposing on the east elevation. We have examples of windows that are ganged in multiples of 3, bump out or bay windows that do not have a foundation below them. And I think I've gone on too long. I'll let it get back to you guys. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you very much for that information. We appreciate it. Are there any questions for the applicant from the commission? Curtis?
Because I seem not to be able to not talk. A couple of just clarifications on plans, and I think these are just errors that didn't get corrected on the way through. On sheet A11, proposed first plan, in the text about what was going to be a dormer and a transom, that remained on the revised plan, I believe. I believe that should be deleted from the plan, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Next spot, we got a question is on A 2.0 proposed east elevation. In the 3 windows and the 3 skylights, it appears that the 3 windows kind of elevated to be above the line of windows in the front half of the house, and the windows in the, want to call it, or better want of anything else, the breezeway section to the right of it, should they be aligned with the lower edge of the adjacent windows? Is that your intent?
This, if you don't mind, Poe and Stacy, that I respond to this.
Absolutely.
Okay. These windows, there's a change in function for that space. It is originally, I believe, a bedroom or some other room. And the ceiling heights in both the main front gable section and these side wings, the ceiling heights in these rooms are quite tall. And since that space where this new bump out will be is the kitchen, raising the sill height to be above the countertops is one condition. And then also getting the windows to be as high as they possibly can, just to allow for more light to come in, mostly in because of the fact that it's a 2-story house adjacent on the east side as well as the west. The head height of this window, of these 3 windows, is not higher than the head height of the windows that are in the main gable. It's slightly smaller, just based on the fact that the ceiling height in the rear wings is lower than the ceiling height in the main gable.
Gotcha. And you're intending to use a vertical siding on that bump out?
The intention there was to identify it as an addition, a new structure by change of orientation of the siding. The siding that's on the main gable and the brick, that is evident throughout the house. It was just a lack of drawing it everywhere.
Yeah, of course.
And saving time, but just,
Becomes noise. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So in this case, it was just that bump out plus the bump out off to the north. The potential to use vertical siding just to identify it as a newer addition.
Okay.
There is a small section on the north elevation where the previous owners had enclosed the rear porch, where there is a small little section of vertical siding in the top half of the shed roof on A 2.2 existing north elevation.
And I see you're differentiating the north elevation, the new work with vertical siding there too.
Yes.
And I don't know how to read the drawing on the north elevation exactly. Are you proposing corner boards on those bump outs to match the rest of the house, or are you just going to use vertical siding?
It's an interesting conundrum because of the way that the corner boards are existing on the house. They actually you can see on the existing north elevation that the corner boards of that section of the house are 5/4 versus typical 3.5 to 4.5, and they just left out the return of the corner board facing north. So
it isn't
I
even
think
there. Okay.
no, it's teeny tiny. It's like just sticks. Yeah, just they just did it on the side facing. And so I would represent that the proposed north elevation addition, that the vertical siding could suffice for the corner board. I don't believe it's necessary to add an additional, but open to suggestions on that.
John?
Yeah. First, a little bit of comment. I was very, very relieved to see your revised proposal versus the one you first presented, simply because I could never have approved what I would consider Tudor influences into a Victorian house. The very fact that you were using the panelized panel boards and the brackets below that are very much a Tudor influence, not a Victorian one. So I was relieved to see that. I do have some major concerns about your east elevation. If you'll see that the bump out that you've done for the, I guess what will be the kitchen area behind, I have some major concerns with, because you're breaking the upper band board of that connection to the roof. That's illustrated, I think, very clearly in some of the examples that you have presented, is that if you will notice in all of those bump outs, those windows do not go to the soffit line, they go to the top of the band board. And so I really have a concern about you breaking that in the, especially because it's in a section of the existing house. It's not in a section of any addition that you're doing. So I'm not really pleased about that. I also am questioning whether, if your windows need to be above kitchen counter height, that you can't just reduce the size of those windows, especially because you're providing skylights in the upper roof, which will flood that place with light. And pretty much the windows are there for view only. The only other question I've got is on the back edge where you're putting the little bump out in the back. I question why that has to be vertical siding versus just the siding that you continue every place else around the structure, simply so that it seems to be somewhat of an anomaly to the rest of the house for not much gain or difference. So if you can respond to any of that, I'd be pleased.
I appreciate those comments. Is it my time to comment? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. I appreciate that. I think in looking at this bump out in the elevation, the east elevation, it looks much larger and more predominant than I think it will be in reality. I'm happy to provide quick hand rendering in a few minutes if you need, but it only sticks out 9 inches from the structure. The gable ends to, to the left of that, that protrudes at the foundation level 12 inches. So 13 and 3/4 with the siding. So I think that the way that it is perceived in a two-dimensional drawing is different than how it actually will feel. Not that you're not aware of that as an architect. I'm sure, John, you can understand that quite well. I think that there are examples in the neighborhood of bump outs. There's the one on the corner of Pace and, I can't remember, the northeast, I think it is, that it bumps up above the eave line, and it is a set of 3 windows that are a little bit larger. I agree that the skylights will provide ample light in the space, but as the client and I have said that the light is the most important in this house, and the fact that we are not altering the more character defining elevations by trying to add any more windows in those spaces, we need to be able to have as much glazing as possible so that that borrowed light can infiltrate, or not infiltrate, can filter into other spaces. I agree the bump out to the rear of the house, I've looked at the shape of that roof, whether it should be an additional gable, extending off past the back, tucked up under the existing cornice, or whether it should be a shed roof. The siding, to me, I think that is up for discussion if it would look one way or another, whether horizontal or vertical. I'm happy to consider that as well. I appreciate the fact that you acknowledge that we have removed the transoms, we've removed the brackets and any of the paneling to simplify those. I think that was clearly evident by our DRAC meeting and with staff comments. So I appreciate that we've been able to eliminate those and not make them a priority for discussion. So I think that I don't know. Did I answer the question?
Yes, I think you did, but I'm still in somewhat disagreement about the bump out bay. It seems to me that you're going through a lot of moves for very little impact, especially because it does have in my opinion, more of a negative impact on that facade than a positive one.
Can I comment to the interior as it relates to why that bump out is the way that it is?
Let me say this before you do that, not to kind of cut you off. But I think, we understand certainly the benefits of course, a larger window and the impact of that on an interior space. What our charge is on this commission is to advocate for the representation of the architecture on the exterior. So while we respect and certainly understand functionally what you're trying to do, and I think that's why you're not getting a lot of questions and pushback about, the addition of windows, the way that you've done that and things like that, we'll still have our discussion. But I think, I would be careful about falling on a sword, I guess, for something that at the end of the day, you've got the skylights, you've got the other windows, it could be considered relatively minor. But anyway, I just wanted to give you some perspective. I think we already understand what you're trying to do from an interior. Really, really do respect that. But again, our charge is to really advocate for what's happening on the exterior of the building. Are there any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. And then any kind of final comments or anything from the applicant? I think you've done a really good job of explaining your thoughts behind and the changes that you've made to date, unless there's anything else you want to add.
I'm not in with the clients at the moment, but I feel like the comments that John makes about preserving the fascia board that runs below the soffit as being something that it is highly character defining, that if we were to I also am trying to preserve obviously the proportion and ratio of the window panes, of which there are two in the building. There's the main front facade, and then there are the ones that are a little more square in the rear of the house. But would it be conditionally acceptable to create this bump out in the size that it is, with the idea that we carry the fascia along the front, the sides and front of the bump out and lower the head height of those windows to align with the fascia board as it does in the existing east elevation.
Before we kind of dig in on that one way or another, it's positive to hear that you are open to some modification. And we appreciate you making that suggestion. I would ask that, having heard that, let me close the public hearing and give our commissioners a chance to discuss internally. And then we may open it back up to you as we go from there. Does that sound good?
Sure. Sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
No, it's fine. It's fine. But it is good to know that you're, willing to accept some modifications, maybe suggestions. Just give us a chance to talk through those first.
Sure.
So with that, I will close the public hearing and turn to internal discussion.
That's what you were suggesting, right, John? What she just said?
Yeah, it is. I think that carrying that band board across is crucial to tying it into the existing building. I'm not a big fan of the bump out. I don't know what benefit it provides. I think it's a big move for very little impact, as I said to the applicant. But for me, the crucial part is that those windows don't break that band board.
Yeah, further to that, I would really prefer to see that the siding on that area, that bump out area, is a horizontal siding as opposed to a vertical siding, because I mean, the front portion of this house is so character defining of this house, and this house is such a pristine little bit of historic architecture. The very nature that it is bumping out is going to say, this is a change, this is a modern thing. So I think as much we can keep within the pattern and rhythm of the house, we should. With regard to the north addition, the North Bay addition, to me that it's on a less character defining surface of the house. It kind of says utility back there, which the backs of these houses were always very much that way. I don't have a problem with the vertical siding, the lack of a band board, lack of corner boards on that. I think that's actually very much in character with the house. And so go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. I just can blither on for hours,
That said, it's clearly an addition. So if you wanted to put horizontal siding on it, I don't think that would be a problem, because it's differentiated from the actual structure already.
Mm-hmm. I don't feel compelled one way or another. I don't think that's a make or break. I think it's still congruous or not incongruous, whichever way they go. That way back there.
In my druthers, I'd like to see that. I would prefer to see that bump out on the east side just go away. And I think the width of those windows need to be the same width as the rest of the windows in the house. It's the only time that you see a more narrowed width window in a bay like that. It does kind of tell me that to me right now, it looks like this section of the house has gone through replacement in a very insensitive way, rather than being somewhat congruous and sensitive to the existing house. I'm just not a big fan of it.
So I guess, John, based on that last comment, I guess the key portion of the discussion might be, I think what you've said is valid, but it may be mixed with a matter of opinion, as opposed to something that is, truly able to be evaluated.
Correct.
As opposed to lack of continuity, in the board below the eave and things like that. The bump out, I think, is we're kind of saying that's really their decision, unless there is something that can be said that it competes somehow with the historic character of the house, which I'm not necessarily hearing that about.
Correct. I mean, you're not, I mean, yes, I was pontificating on a personal level and wishing that it might be heard.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. And I think hopefully, Raz, we're in distinguishing between our pontifications and what's in what's in the guidelines. We don't end up in certain spots we've been in previous cases. So that's why I just wanted to make that clarification.
And I do want to go back for a second in that the band board issue and where that reaches the eave, that to me is incongruous, and I will stick by that.
Yeah, I concur with that.
Yeah, let me, Madam Chairman, if I may, just I made the point before that congruity is like a mantra. It is the legal issue, and the members' observations and evaluations of the design, they all have to be tied to that legal issue of congruity in terms of whether you feel positively about it or whether you don't feel positively about it. It's the focus has to be congruity with the special character of the district.
Great, thank you. So on the basis of congruity, what is the position on the bump out? And you make a good point about the way that it meets the eave. I know right now there's no band board shown above, but it also, as a bump out, will meet the eave in a way that is different, just in plan, than the other pieces of the house historically. So.
I mean, there is evidence of bay bump outs that go to the eave. Can't deny that. Therefore, I don't know that there's anything that I can say that would counter that in any way. I think that they have the congruity right to bump out.
Okay, great. All right. So with that, what I will do is reopen the public hearing briefly to see if the applicant is willing to potentially accept these modifications that we might be proposing in order to maybe get a more favorable result at the end in the motion. Does that sound about right? Yes. Okay. All right, at this point, I'll open the public hearing.
So Poe and Stacy, I hope that you'll allow me to respond on your behalf. So with respect to the fact that on the interior plan, we don't necessarily show the new kitchen layout, but there is a reason why the bump out is necessary, to your point, John, that the plan is showing that we are opening the dining room, the front southeast corner, to what will be the new kitchen. There's a constraint of the masonry of the fireplace that precludes us from doing cabinetry that would be flush along that eastern wall of the new kitchen. We're doing 15-inch deep cabinets directly opposite the masonry and then bumping out that additional 9 inches to allow for the kitchen sink, dishwasher, etc. in a full 24-inch deep cabinet. And that is why the bump out is necessary for the change in use of this space. And I do believe that they are on a lesser character defining facade of the building. I believe the south and the two east and west gables are the most character defining. do not feel like the bump out will compromise the architectural integrity of the building as per the guidelines 2.7.9. I think that the window can be designed such that they are of the same IRC or style and size of what was originally on the east elevation in that location, aside from the fact that they will be high, the sill height will be higher. The proportion of, as you stated, John, are skinnier than the existing, any of the existing windows, in with respect only that we keep the proportion of the panes or the fenestration in those windows to be of a similar proportion. I think that's easily noodled around so that we can accomplish both. You know, having a similar sized window, I absolutely agree that keeping that eave line that's under the soffit now, that fascia board, to be continuous around the bump out, I think that's not something that is going to hinder the design or the need for the bump out. So I think it's form and function a little bit working together. In the guidelines 2.7.9, it also states.
Before you continue.
Yeah, I know it's getting late. I'm like Greg, I could, or Curtis, I could go on forever, talk forever.
And yes, and while maybe we'll get you and Curtis on a conversation together after this, I am pregnant and need to eat dinner. So
my goodness,
that said, I think you have in your response addressed your willingness to make some modifications based on the outcomes of a motion that we might move forward in doing. So if you don't mind, I think we are good on comments, and I will go ahead and close the public hearing, and I believe that our commission may be ready to make a motion on your project. Okay?
Thank you. I'm hopeful that it will be positive and we can move forward in some way.
Okay. Curtis, did you have a question for the applicant before we?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I just, for my fellow commissioners, though, we have approved situations where the countertops, the windows were not modified, and the countertops rose above the bottom sill of the window, so that the exterior could read properly and the interior could work properly. So just so you know that that's a way of dealing with it.
Okay.
I'm ready to do a motion if you guys are.
Okay. With that, I believe I closed the public hearing, but I will say it one more time just in case I didn't. And yes, let's go ahead and try a motion.
Okay.
Curtis?
And guys, I really need your help on this one because there's been so much that has changed. So please look for things that I have screwed up here. But I move that based on the information contained in the application, the staff's evaluation, and the evidence presented at the hearing, A, altering the window openings, installing new windows are not incongruous in concept according to guidelines 2.6.1, 0.8, 0.11, 2.7.1, and 2.9.1, and the following facts. We're going to cite fact 1 at change fact 2 to read on the proposed east bump out, the use of vertical siding and the breaking of the band board is incongruous with the character defining features of this house. Citing fact 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, adding fact 12. No windows are removed from the north or the west elevation, adding fact 13. No transoms are added to the east elevation, B, constructing a projecting window and adding a bay window are not incongruous in concept according to guidelines 2.6.1, 0.8, 2.7.1, and 2.7.9 in the following facts. One, the application proposes the construction of 3 projecting windows, actually 1 projecting window, sorry, the east elevation, 1 window is to be replaced with 3, and the wall is proposed to be bumped out 9 inches, noting that the bump out is within the depth of the body of the front of the house. B, that the rear elevation, a pair of windows are proposed, citing fact 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, the north rear elevation, 2 6/6 double hung windows are proposed. Window specifications and section were not provided. Detailed drawings of the window architectural features are not provided. Skipping 10, 11. C, altering the rear deck and constructing a screen porch addition is not incongruous in concept according to guidelines 1.3.1, 0.7.9, 3.1.1.2, and 0.2, 0.4, 0.8, 3.2.1, 0.2, 0.4, 0.5, 0.6, 0.7, 0.8, 0.9, 0.10, 0.11, 0.12, and the following suggested facts 1 through 11. D, altering the roof form is not incongruous in concept according to guideline sections 2.4, 5.1, 0.7, 0.10, 0.12, 0.13, and the following suggested facts 1 through 3. E, installing a fence is not incongruous in concept according to guidelines 2.3.1, 1.4.2, and the following suggested facts 1 through 6. And that's it.
Second. Well done, Curtis. And I think everybody followed you. We have a second from John Reese. Okay. And all those in favor? All right, and that's for Shay, Curtis, Ian, and John. All right, and then do we have a follow-up?
Yes, I move that we approve the application with the following conditions, citing condition 1, 2, 3, 4, changing condition 5 to that the east bump out retain the horizontal the horizontal siding and the bandboard and corner boards, citing facts condition 6. Changing condition 7 to the existing windows will be reused in the reconfiguration of the fenestration. Fact 9, 8, 9, 10, and that's it. Did I get it?
That is pretty good. Is there a second? John is the second. All those in favor?
Ian seems to be thinking. We're good, okay?
Good. All right, that is me, Roche, John, Curtis, and Ian. And so your application, COA-0192-2021, is approved with those conditions. Thank you so much for staying with us till 9 o'clock. And also just for your general passion for historic architecture preservation and what you do. We really appreciate you maintaining that enthusiasm throughout the evening and presenting your case. So we hope that you have a good night. And with that, I believe we can close the hearing.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. One thing. I don't know who's left, but thank you to everybody who submitted applications and participated in the hearing this evening. Of course, everybody should go after this. You were invited to stay through the whole thing, but a formal notification will be sent to each of you approximately 10 working days from our staff. So that's it.
Thank you.
Right.
Cool. Well,
do I need a motion to adjourn, or can we just adjourn?
seconded.
All right.
So you all know, you're still 4 hours short of the worst COA meeting I've ever attended. So, and Vishay, you're on fire tonight. You're doing so well.
Thank you, guys. You make it.
I love my chair.
I second that 100%. You did great.
Thank you.
After RTN stops recording, Vershay and minute taker Nicole guys can hang on, and we will get the minutes from last meeting signed and filed.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you, guys. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you all.
Night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.